My name is Michał Wędrowski. I'm Senior Climate Technology and Policy Manager at Bellona Europa. And so Bellona is a climate NGO based in Brussels. And together with my colleagues and the project partners, I'm very happy to welcome you at our conference organized as part of the CCS4CEE project. The project's full title is Building Momentum for the Long-Term CCS Deployment in Central and Eastern Europe. And this conference is titled The Path to Net Zero, Accelerating CCS in Central and Eastern Europe. So the project is funded by the EEA and Norway grants as part of the Climate Change Mitigation Program, and is being implemented by 5 project partners, all based in Central and Eastern Europe. WISE Europa, Civita from the Baltics, Latvia in particular, and Energy Policy Group from Bucharest, and a few national experts, and of course Bellona Europa as the Norwegian partner and the expertise partner in the project. So for the last 2.5 years, we've been promoting CCS in no less than 11 countries of the Central and Eastern European region through events and analytical reports. And last year we have published a series of national CCS deployment roadmaps, hoping to inspire policymakers, industry, and other stakeholders with our recommendations on how to deploy CCS in Central and Eastern Europe. And this is actually our second policy event in Brussels. But overall, we have organized, as a project consortium, we have organized around 40 events since 2021, mostly national workshops and seminar, but also regional conferences. And last year in September, we organized the first policy event in Brussels. And just like last year, the idea this time today is to bring the stakeholders from the region, from Central and Eastern Europe, and the more policy-oriented audience in. So we hope that this event will help us all understand better what the EU perspective on CCS is, what policy initiatives are currently underway at the European level. And we also want to bring in the views from the CEE stakeholders. And in addition to that, I'm quite excited for this part of the event. We will showcase some of the CCS projects emerging in the region. So I think it's fair to say that since last September, the momentum around CCS has really accelerated, including in Central and Eastern Europe. We see more initiatives beyond the traditional powerhouse of CCS in Europe, which is the Northwest Europe and the North Sea. We have 2 CCS projects that have been selected for the financial support of the EU via the Innovation Fund, both coming from Central and Eastern Europe. And there are multiple PCI candidates across the CEE, and I'm very happy to have some of these projects here today with us. In addition to project presentations, we have 3 panel discussions covering 3 important areas relevant for CCS. The first panel will focus on CCS policies at the European and national level. The second one will cover stakeholder platforms and networks. And finally, the third one will concern the role of CCS in a just transition. We also have a conversation with Chris Bolesta from DG Ener, and as I mentioned, 4 CCS project developers that will present their projects today. To make sure you're not hungry and can network, we'll have a coffee break at 10:50, same place you had your welcome coffee. And we'll also have a lunch break after session 2 at 12:30. And you feel like tweeting or posting about the event, the hashtag is CCS4CEE, just like the name of the project. You can follow us on LinkedIn and on Twitter. And so without further ado, I will kick off with, well, let's kick off with the first panel. So the first panel is titled A Necessity, Not an Option, CCS in EU and member states net zero strategies. And before I hand over to Janos Hidi, who will moderate the discussion, let me introduce our speakers, our panelists, and Janos, of course. So Janos Hidi is the Sustainable Investment Project Manager at Cambridge Econometrics in the company's office in Budapest. He's leading the sustainable investment work aimed at quantifying climate-related risks. Janos specializes in the application of economic analysis to inform decision makers in the fields of energy and sustainable investment. He has 18 years of experience in successfully applying economic analysis to support policy and business decisions. He also has experience with project implementation, presents technical results to non-technical audiences, and is a regular writer in the online media, and he also participated in public events as a speaker. The panelists, I'll start with Jan Havlik. Jan is a Czech diplomat. He's an EU affairs specialist and negotiator with a particular emphasis on single market policymaking. He has over 15 years experience in the EU single market, climate and energy, digital economy, and competitiveness policies. Since 2018, he has been heading the unit on competitiveness and single market at the permanent representation of the Czech Republic to the EU, where he negotiated the Digital Services Act, and he chaired the political trilogues on the carbon border adjustment mechanism during the Czech EU Council presidency. Have to switch the mics. During the Czech presidency in 2022. Before that, he held positions of Director for EU Affairs and Single Market at the Czech Ministry of Industry and Trade. We also have with us Daniel Kicha. Daniel is an investment policy officer in the low carbon solutions team at DG Klima of European Commission. He's a member of the Commission's team supporting the transition of the European industrial economy through low carbon solutions. And his unit focuses on the deployment of all innovative technologies and solutions capable of eliminating greenhouse gas emissions from energy production, industrial production processes and products. Previously, Daniel worked as deputy head of unit in the investment in the high capacity networks unit of DG Connect, supporting the European Union strategic broadband objectives with financial instruments, the Connecting Europe facility, and the Wi-Fi for EU program, as well as he also worked as executive policy assistant to the director for electronic communications, networks, and services. He started his career in the Commission as policy officer in the radio spectrum policy unit and holds a PhD in political science from the University of Siegen in Germany. So we had a slight change of plan. Unfortunately, our colleague Lina is sick. So in her stead, we will have Aurelia Liu. She's our lead on public affairs and operations. She has been with Bologna for 1.5 years, and before that she worked in waste management, circular economy, social rights, and customs. So very happy to have this panel with us. And yeah, Janos and the panelists, please take your seats here. Where should I sit? Over here. You can stand it here. You mind? Over to Janos.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is János and welcome to this panel. No net zero without CCS. That was told in the Oslo CCS forum last autumn. And then this is also the conclusion from our own macroeconomic climate scenario modeling, that we probably need all the technologies available to reach net zero by 2050. And when we interviewed CCS stakeholders in Hungary earlier this year and last year, they are aware of that, especially those hard to abate industries like cement. They know that if they want to survive in a net zero economy, for them, CCS seems to be the only option or the only viable option as of current technologies and prices. But they said there's something missing for them to start implementing the CCS projects. This is the Hungarian example. When we asked the emitters, they said they are ready to capture the CO2 if someone could take it from their gates. We talked to the incumbent oil and gas company, and they said they have great reservoirs, storage options. They did talk to other stakeholders. They tried piloting this, but it didn't work out somehow. And all of them said something's missing. What's missing is more central coordination, stronger regulation, better regulation, stronger financial incentives, and so on. So, Daniel, is this Net Zero Industry Act, do you see it as the right step, which will fill in the gap, which was missing in the Hungarian stakeholder interviews?
Thank you, János, and hello, everyone. Nice to be here. Nice to be back here, actually. I've been speaking to this project before, and it's always be a pleasure to see so many projects going on. So that's my first message. I think I have to say, of course, the Net Zero Industry Act proposal will help because the Commission proposed this for that reason. But I think it's also fair to say it's a piece of a puzzle, and the puzzle is much bigger. And I would say one of the most the other piece of the puzzle for us are very much the national energy and climate plans, where we have asked already at the end of last year member states to let's say talk to the emitters that you cited, realize or calculate, collect the needs for capturing CO2. Then ideally also what kind of storage possibilities are available in the country, geologically, maybe also in terms of projects, and describe this in the national energy and climate plans. Because what we see in our modeling and what we will see in the next modeling, I think even more, is that not only are emitters now much more conscious of the need to reduce emissions because of the reduced free allowances from the ETS system, but also there are residual emissions that where we don't have solutions to get rid of these emissions, and these need to be captured. And we understand that capturing is a costly step for a company. And we also understand that emitters have their own markets, their own businesses. They're not necessarily the ones who are acquainted with handling gases, shipping gases around, and finding geologies where they can be stored. So in that sense, yes, there is a coordination challenge that we face. The coordination needs to happen between industry players that maybe haven't coordinated with each other in the past. And so for us, the Net Zero Industry Act is the attempt and the urgent attempt to start these coordination efforts in earnest from the most sort of easily identifiable place, which is the geologies where you can store CO2. So we need the oil and gas industry to start these conversations, and to start these conversations where they have where they see the possibilities. And in that sense, what I would say is that This is a solution that needs to be built from bottom up, where the emissions are and where the storage sites are. But it has to be part of the national energy and climate plan of each member state. Unless there is no industry that needs to be capturing CO2, then maybe not. But anyone else should have this in their plans. In that sense, the Net Zero Industry Act is our attempt and our proposal to start this from a point where some CapEx investments are needed to build the infrastructure first, which lead to an entirely new market where CO2 management, CO2 handling will become a service sector for an industrial service sector in our economy. And it will be the storage sites and the transport operators who will in the end have a business case handling these emissions, these captured emissions. So we just need a industry sector to step forward and accelerate their investments into this.
Thank you. Jan, Czechia is an interesting case at hand. A small, landlocked, post-socialist country, highly industrialized, relying on its rich core resources. A hard mix to start with for someone who wants to decarbonize a European economy. What's the perception of the Net Zero Industry Act from this perspective?
Thank you so much, first of all, for inviting me and Janos for the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by a historical excursion. It will only take half an hour, Janos. So in 1918, when Czechoslovakia was formed, it was comprising 60% of the entire Austro-Hungarian economy in Bohemia only, 60%. Now, an entirely unrelated figure to CCS is a figure from this morning that in 1993, the Czech economy produced 1,500 kilotons of sulfur dioxide per year, which is now under 50 kilotons per year as of 2 years ago. It's unrelated to CCS, but it's to explain the ampleur of what an economy like the Czech Republic needs to do. Now, if you combine this with Russian-fueled disinformation about what climate change is or isn't, which has been traveling my beloved country for the last 30 years, it's a very difficult case to speak to some parts of the population or even industries or parts of the government about what needs to be done. And the figures are there. You have mentioned it, Daniel. So had net zero come 3 years ago, I think the response of the Czech Republic would be quite negative. We would say we don't like it. But it's not 3 years ago, fortunately. It's 2023. We have moved on. We had a presidency of the EU Council last year. We have learned a lot. And also the public perception has changed significantly. So we are now at a stage where, and I'm coming end of the historical excursion, coming to your question, Janos, okay, is we have questions on the net zero. Because at the one hand, we acknowledge all that needs to be done. At the same time, we're not sure that the net zero gives you the right recipe of how to do that. First of all, for example, I will not bore you with everything there is for the Czech Republic to say, but just to give you a flavor is the proposal says that environmental impact assessment deadlines are still to be kept because it's in the acquis, while the Net Zero Industry Act gives you a totally different sets of deadlines for permitting, because we're saying we need to deploy fast. Now, how do we do that? No, it's not possible. You can't have two sets of deadline on the exact same project. There's no way you can easily solve this on the national level. So there are things which we'll need to look into during the negotiations to make sure that they work. Now, there is another issue in the Net Zero Industry Act that raises questions. It's not impossible to overcome. It's just it needs to be dealt with somehow. And that is the choice of net zero technologies. Because there is a mantra that also the Czech Republic always uses, and for good reasons, and that is to keep technological neutrality in every piece of EU legislation there is. Now, of course, the Net Zero is doing something else. The Net Zero Industry Act is giving a list of technologies which are acknowledged as net zero. And then there are questions how the Commission came to that list of technologies and not to a larger list or shorter list or a different list or some kind of a different methodology. So we have important questions there. And hopefully, Daniel, no pressure there, but hopefully, Daniel, we get these answers from the Commission, or we manage to come up with these answers in the course of the negotiations. Because being absolutely frank, if those answers do not come, I think Czech Republic might turn back to the likely 3 years old position of not liking the Net Zero Industry Act because it cannot be done, because it does not make sense. So not to be entirely pessimistic, we can work on this together, I'm sure. And there is a keen interest on achieving the twin transition in an economy such as the Czech Republic. Coming specifically to CCS, what needs to be said, and I'm sorry that I'll be sort of almost spilling my, or washing my dirty laundry in front of you, but also the people responsible for net zero technologies are seriously understaffed in the Czech government. Now we're in times of cuts. We need to cut down the debt. So the government is also cutting jobs, which is a logical thing to do if you want to cut your debt. So we need to take this into consideration that these poor guys cannot be held responsible for not doing enough for CCS in the Czech Republic because there are simply too few. There was a recent survey in the Czech Republic about CCS awareness, and it came to the conclusion that 6% of the Czech population knew that the technology exists. If you speak to the public servants, it will of course be a lot larger percentage, but still no way enough for being able to give any other answer to, careful there, let's not rush into things, because they simply have also a survival instinct that they need to follow. So I think there is a big case for advocacy and awareness raising, especially for an economy like the Czech Republic to explain, and Janusz, you said it correctly, what do you do with those emissions if you can't get rid of them? And so I think this is the answers we should be looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Aurelia, the Bellona Europa published a position paper about the Net Zero Industry Act. And many things are praised in that document, but it also says that some things are missing from this proposal. What would you highlight as the main missing parts?
So if you'll allow me, first I'll highlight some of the good parts of it, because I think, it's been a bit of a surprise seeing this drop. We were very positive about large parts of it, looking at an obligation towards oil and gas that's unprecedented, and it's an amazing market signal. And it's basically addressing what we've also been pushing for many years, which is there's a lack of storage. If you create storage, the rest will come. Now, that being said, of course, there's things missing. There's matters that can be improved. And one of them, and I think Daniel already touched on that, is the fact that the full value chain needs to be connected one way or another. So ensuring that the storage is actually to some extent connected to where the emission points are, but also that transport gets the right attention. That's also my colleague Lina has worked on this extensively for the past few years on integrating transport in the TEN-T regulation. So making sure that we're looking at transport that isn't just limited to pipelines, but also goes further towards, multiple modes of transport. So trains, ships, barges, etc. So connecting those and also ensuring that this is seen as some kind of public infrastructure, that this is an open access available to third parties. That's really important to make sure that we don't go towards monopolistic tendencies. Transparency on pricing, on setting tariffs is a very important part of that too. So the key elements of where we think there's improvement are those connecting to transports and making sure that this, has an open access, that CCS infrastructure is seen as an open access thing. Our recommendations go way further than that, but they're kind of more specific, looking at, for instance, making sure that the target for the 15 million tons of injection capacity is reviewed every 5 years to be in line also with our longer term climate targets. you know, those are kind of additional asks that we have. But overall, we're actually genuinely happy with, you know, large parts of this and the signal that it's given to the market. And we're hoping actually that the Parliament and the Council, you know, improve it and aren't scared by this new obligation set on oil and gas, which, you know, again, is unprecedented and that we need, and that we actually also ask to make sure that penalties are applied should their obligation not be achieved. So, you know, some of those additional asks to make sure that it's not just a target, but it's an actual obligation is also part of our point of view.
Thank you, Aurelia. So it's clearly, this is the first step, but it's an unfinished document. So there's lots of things to be clarified. One thing maybe we should also talk about is the heterogeneity of the member states, both in terms of the composition of the industrial emissions, also the availability of the storage, underground storage capacities, transportation, whether a country is landlocked or near the sea, whether they are mountains or large distances. Is there a good way to tackle all this heterogeneity in a regulation like the Net Zero Industry Act? What should be done to differentiate between a country like Czech Republic or a country like Poland or Holland? There are very different characteristics from a CCS perspective. So can we tackle this heterogeneity in such regulation as the Net Zero Industry Act, or should we allow for more flexibility at the member state level? Question to all of you. Maybe start with Daniel.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you also for the other points. Indeed, the proposal is the Commission's proposal, but now it's in the hands of the co-legislators to improve it. And they are busy doing that on the Council side, but also in the Parliament. So we have seen already draft amendments from the Parliament. And I think some of those go in the direction of what you actually said. We are just, let me maybe tackle this point also, because you mentioned sort of this, why picking winners, why choosing technologies and not having it open-ended. I think it's a bit, it's maybe a bit difficult to understand, but the Net Zero Industry Act is a measure to prioritize, not to limit. That is to say, if a member state would want to give faster permitting to other green technologies, nothing is stopping the member state to doing that. Why are we prioritizing the ones that are in the annex specifically as strategic? Is because on the manufacturing side of things, there we see the supply lines really being dominated by third countries. So we need to, it's a resilience question. And on the CCS part is, I think the main, other than the obligation, the main other thing is that now you have two documents. You have the Green Industrial Plan and you have the Net Zero Industry Act, where the Commission clearly says CCS is a strategic technology for the green transition in Europe. So that's a recognition. It's only a word and it fits nice into this act, but it's really sort of, I think, the thing to note. And in this context, the Net Zero Industry Act is also not a hard harmonization measure. It doesn't say you member states have to have CCS, you have to capture CO2. It says we should look at it, and if we do it, we should give it the recognition also as strategic in member states, the highest possible recognition as a strategic project, faster permitting. So in that sense, I think there is flexibility in the Net Zero Act a lot for member states to do. And also, even on the priorities, if a member state says, I don't have that priority, then chances are you will not attract investments to build a manufacturing plant for this technology in your country, or you will not attract investments to build a storage site if you say you have a need. Maybe my last point is sort of in terms of the deadlines. The Net Zero Act is a lot about the permitting deadlines. And indeed, there is a very direct link between administrative capacity in member states and the deadlines. In terms of CCS, I would want to point out that these permitting process deadlines start when a full application for a storage site is submitted. So it's not about cramping everything into 18 months. It's about when the applications come, actually deal with them within 18 months. And it's about implicitly, but of course logically, to make sure that in advance of submitting an application, the companies know what is needed to have a full, complete application into the permitting authority. So in that sense, the way we see it is basically a two-way message on CCS. One is, please engage with the projects you have in your country, which you note in your national energy. In an ideal world, you would have noticed in your national energy climate plan. And then you engage with the companies, make sure the companies understand what they need to do, environmental impact assessment, all the other preparatory steps. And at the same time, make sure that you have an administrative capacity that can actually then deal with the application when it comes in. All of this in terms of CCS is nothing that can happen overnight. So we have actually a couple of years in which we can start this. We can see the players who are credible in doing these projects, and then support those on the national level, but also from the European level. And that's also why, from a penalty point of view, we didn't propose penalties, because what we want to see first is a set of credible projects, storage projects, infrastructure projects, and capture projects in all member states that are starting the journey in earnest with investment decisions, with cooperation agreements, etc. And that we would see long before 2030, by which time we would see who actually meets the deadline or not. So in that sense, of course, we're happy to discuss any of these points in the legislative fora, but we believe that we first need to now really start this journey where the projects are in earnest, and with earnest we mean investment decisions to be taken.
Thank you. Jan?
Thank you. I think I know you've heard this from me before. I will use the same stupid joke I've said before. In the 6 days coming to the proposal of the Net Zero Industry Act, there were 5 leaks that I intercepted. So I would kind of like to ask the Commission to only issue 1 leak next time, so that we have an easier job as attachés. But this shows that there were certain ideas flying around. Some of those you hinted in your question, Janos, and those are interesting, because the Net Zero Industry Act it claims to be a proposal on manufacturing, on achieving the twin transition, the green transition in manufacturing. In reality, it is an energy file, but it pretends to be. And there were even ideas for a hard target of CO2 abatement in manufacturing, which is a way of getting an interest of parts of your economy, also for certain policymakers. But in the end, it's about energy. So the heterogeneity is not, I think, the main issue. It is an issue in the net zero, but not so much. What I think is more is tougher is a certain. We think the Commission has been overtly optimistic with how the business is going to approach net zero. If you take Article 18, it says there is a business case for companies to invest in the CO2 storage because it will be interesting economically. Now, it really depends who you ask, and not everybody has a mindset of the Rotterdam port. You also have some, coal-loving hard industrialists in certain parts of the EU. And they don't see the case. So I think it's also a bit of a job here to prove that the case is there with clear figures, economically speaking. Look, guys, this is your CO2 price. This is your price for investment you will have to make by 2030, blah, blah. Here's your case. So the heterogeneity is also overcome by what I will speak personally for a while. I think is an interesting concept, and that is the single market for CO2. I'm a single market guy. To me, this is a single market. You want to sell something you don't want. That's your emissions. But it's giving the chance for member states to send their emissions across the board in case the storage there is either cheaper or bigger or even existing, because there are some member states who have forbid CO2 storage on their territory. It's not the case of the Czech Republic, but of some of our neighbors.
Thank you. Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming back to your initial question about, heterogeneity heterogeneity and, harmonizing this. I think we have a lot of hope set on the CCUS strategy to kind of come, with plans to harmonize throughout the board. So, we're looking to Daniel on when we can hope for this to come out. But a lot of our hopes are set there. Also for that to be used as a starting point for a regulation for the transport of CO2, which is currently, also completely splintered. So yeah, our focus really lies there. I think also, going on Jan's point, different countries in the union have, different levels of maturity of the technology when it comes to CCS. So harmonizing is one thing, but ensuring that support is proportional to the actual needs is another. So I think that's something that's requiring quite some attention to make sure that the market signals are there, sure, but again, they need to be appropriate to the actual market condition.
Thank you. Aurelia, you also mentioned the need for free access to the transportation network, and it may be a need for public infrastructure. Is it to say that this should be financed by the governments or so?
I don't think that's something that should be imposed. I think that's something that, the market can regulate or, states can intervene in. Again, this is also something that can be, different in member states. I think that necessitates an EU obligation, for instance. So open access, yes, but does it mean that it's publicly funded or publicly owned? No, that's something that can be determined locally.
Okay. What I hear so far is that this Net Zero Industry Act sets the goal to remove the blocks, remove the impediments from the way of CCS projects, for example. So if there's a company who wants to implement CCS, we should make sure that the regulation, the licensing is not a problem in the process. But how to make sure that the companies actually want to initiate those projects? What if they don't start? How should we incentivize them to actually want to implement CCS? Because removing these roadblocks from the regulatory process is not an incentive per se to make sure that companies want to invest in this. What is your opinion? How to push them to want to start investing in CCS? Jan?
I really, frankly, don't have the answer. But what I think it starts with is awareness raising on the highest level, also of the policymakers, who may be not entirely aware what the technology is capable of these days and how advanced it is at this moment. So I would start with that. And then, of course, the same goes for the CEOs to know that this is an option they have on the table, because I don't think it naturally comes to mind when you are a CEO of an energy company like ČEZ. You know the technology exists, of course, because you have been working on it in your department for sustainable energy back in your building for 25 years in the case of ČEZ. But you also need to get the figures straight to understand that there might be a business case.
Aurelia?
I think one of the obvious answers is the ETS price and ensuring that there's some kind of price corridor that really incentivizes, putting money into CCS projects. Aside from that, I think that, the European Commission's guidance to ensure CCS is included in the NECPs is also a big move, because it creates an obligation basically for member states to acknowledge that this is necessary to map out, in the NZIA, there's member states can map out the actual storage capacity available on their territory. So these are all ways to make sure that member states get actively involved in that conversation and therefore include industry on board. And, I think this was mentioned by the both of you, is making sure that capacity on the ground is actually there is really important, and sharing the knowledge to make sure that those countries that are more advanced on everything that CCS, share their knowledge, their expertise with companies, in the CEE region and elsewhere. That's going to be key in creating that awareness and the fact that this is inevitable.
Thank you. Daniel?
Yeah, I can only echo this. I mean, these are front-running companies. Everyone breaks new ground, and knowledge sharing would, of course, be the best way to avoid repeating mistakes. And in case very clearly there are differences in member states and differences, but I think the project learnings can help each other. And we have the good thing is that for those projects that work under the Innovation Fund or with help of the Innovation Fund, there is even a knowledge sharing obligation on grant recipients. So they will have to share what they have done, but they are not there yet either. So we need to still work on how to push the actors to actually do it. We believe we sort of have already done this with the reform of the ETS and the reduction of free allowances. Now, will an actor necessarily therefore go to CCS? It depends, or to capture CO2, I should say. It depends whether they want to keep operating after they run out of free allowances or not. That's, of course, a choice of every company, but I think it's a choice that would be important to know for people who work there, who live there, and who live around and who get taxes from those companies. The second is there is certain assets, knowledge, competences, skills, but also really infrastructure that can be reused for CCS. And that's very much clustered in the oil and gas industry. There we see the oil and gas industry already having an interest in reusing their assets for this new industry. But of course, they face challenges because they operate in a very lucrative hydrocarbon market, and they now are sort of facing to develop a completely new market from scratch. That's not a good business case internally. I can understand that. So in that sense, we see these actors moving, but they need to move a bit faster. Where we see a real opportunity, I think, is in the energy transport infrastructure operators, because they also they have a key interest in being energy transport operators also in a net zero industry and net zero economy, only that the commodities they will be handling will be a different one. So whoever is building or designing or scaling or sort of assessing hydrogen infrastructures now would certainly be interested in when they start building it, also to build a CO2 infrastructure right at the same time in the same place, rather than doing it 5 years later again. And I think our conversations in the context of the CCS forum and the transport infrastructure group really shows that it's also those network operators that have the best view on how do you actually get the link between the emitters and the storage sites, and how do you do that efficiently. So in a way, we see all these companies sort of being ready to start. We hope we can give a spark into this with an obligation that some companies have to start, that the others then join the projects, because they will still depend on each other.
Maybe the upcoming NECPs will provide this extra push that is required. What do you think, in the light of the Net Zero Industry Act and the upcoming CCUS vision of the European Union, do you think that the national climate and energy plans will reflect on these and include more CCS-related targets in their updated plans? Jan, what's the case in Czechia?
No, this is really under debate, so I can't comment at this point.
Aurelia, Daniel, do you have an opinion?
I'm waiting to see them. We should get them by the end of June, and I'm really sort of a bit excited to see them, in the sense that I think the good thing with the national energy and climate plans is that we have the deadline is to get them notified in draft form. They only need to be finalized next June. So by next June, I'm looking to my council colleagues, we should certainly have a Net Zero Industry Act in the official journal. And in that sense, also the strategy that we're working on, which we are planning to publish before the end of the year, should then be in place before member states really needs to put the final touches on their national energy and climate plan, which is to say, between, let's say, once you've seen what your country has put into their draft plan, it's the time to then start discussing if you're happy or not with those who drafted the plan, and to have these discussions before Christmas, so that in the final plan, it could maybe look different if you're not happy. We will certainly have a reality check with the plans and see, where are the likely projects needed, where are the storage projects even being prepared, which will underpin also the Net Zero Industry Act implementation.
Thank you. Aurelia?
I mean, I obviously don't have more information than either of these gentlemen, but what I can say is that from work on the ground, we've seen over the years that it's been industry that's been leading that conversation rather than the actual member states in, many cases. So seeing the Commission also push the member states towards actually acknowledging this and regulating this or setting targets, that's a really good signal, and we're hoping that creates the momentum needed, basically. So we're hopeful.
Yeah, thanks. And there's an upcoming CCUS vision. What's the relation between that vision and the Net Zero Industry Act? Some of the observations that you mentioned in this panel, should they be tackled in a revised Net Zero Industry Act, or do they belong to the CCUS specific vision in your opinion? What's the role of these two regulations? Maybe Daniel, if you could comment on that.
Look, I cannot really comment on this because we haven't published it. What I can say is that in the next few days now, we will publish a public consultation where we will ask you all questions and your views of what should be in the strategy and how we should tackle the strategy. I have seen I've seen the question, this question in advance, and I've seen the amendments of the European Parliament to the Net Zero Industry Act. So that's a good preparation to realize that there is still a large number of topics where I think we don't really have absolute clarity of how we want to go in Europe, where a communication, a strategy from us can make a difference in sort of then charting the roadmap, what needs to be next. Just things like purity of CO2 is one aspect. Open access, regulated access to transport infrastructure certainly is another aspect. But all of these ideas are also now in amendments in the Parliament. So let's see how this goes. Thank you.
In terms of the injection capacity requirements mentioned in the Net Zero Industry Act, do you see it as ambitious enough, or should we raise the bar maybe in the final version of this document? Aurelia?
I mean, as a climate NGO, I would tend towards, yeah, sure, let's make it higher. But I think it's realistic. As Daniel said, this was more about creating the right conditions for this to happen and to scope out, can we actually get those 50 million tons there? I think the announcement of projects already exceeds that amount. So, I think it's a safe bet, but if anything, it needs to be revised on a regular basis to make sure that it's, upped as necessary to actually reach the climate targets that we have.
Thanks. There's a general opinion that we have to reach net zero without compromising the competitiveness of the economy. In your opinion, are we still cutting the right balance in terms of the Net Zero Industry Act or other regulations, CCS specific or in general? Are we still on a track which is a good balance, in your opinion, between competitiveness and net zero? Are we still leading globally in this effort? A general question to everyone. Yeah, maybe if you want to start.
No, look, no commission bashing here. Seriously, no. But do we have a competitiveness strategy? Have we defined what competitiveness we want to achieve? Yes, there is a commission document from March which says it's a long-term vision. I think it's a little bit too short for a long-term vision. So I don't think we are in the detail. I don't think we want to acknowledge where we want to go, and I think we have the same rifts both within the Commission, within the Council, within the Parliament, and within the stakeholders. So the answer to that question isn't there yet.
Okay, Daniel.
I think it's difficult for me to say yes, we are on the right track. What I would say is we have all the means to play a very, very important role in the world on decarbonizing an industrial economy. And if we are conscious of the fact that also in the US they are trying this, in other parts of the world they are also trying this, I think we have a real competition here for technologies, for practices, for real sort of solutions being developed, and then they can be exported to other countries. And if we manage to tap into the ingenious of our engineers and our strong companies to build climate friendly net zero operations of big industrial complexes and compounds, I think that is something which is a very useful race, because it means you increase your competitiveness in the world market for these kind of solutions, and we achieve our climate targets, which in itself is a very important goal. So in that sense, I think we should rather look that the glass is half full than half empty. And in a way, if we cannot find the solutions, I wonder who will find them in time for reaching the climate goals of the Paris Agreement.
Thank you, Aurelia.
I mean, I think it's good for Daniel to remind us that there's climate ambitions also linked to this. So competitiveness is very important. You know, reaching the different targets is important. Making sure that climate is an essential part of that conversation is key. You know, a lot of noise was generated by the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States. And we're seeing that, you know, some of the rules that were implemented in the European Union on, for instance, you know, the production of green hydrogen and such, has an influence on the debate there. Whereas, you know, it was looking like I just throw a lot of money at some of these solutions, irrespective of what that climate impact actually is. So, I mean, it's important to keep that in mind, that there's a wider kind of conversation to be had above the competitiveness factor. I think we have a lot of hopes also set on the CBAM, and, you know, Jan, you worked extensively on that, but I see you're not that positive about it. But so, you know, I know there's a lot of asks to be met when it comes to the CBAM, but I think the initiatives at the very least are encouraging to acknowledge the fact that there is a wider global competitiveness issue at stake, and that it is actively trying to be handled. So that can only be lauded. Then, okay, if the implementation, we'll see how that actually turns out.
Thank you. I saw questions from the audience. I'd like to pass on the microphone. If you could please, do you have one? Okay. If you could please introduce yourself briefly.
Does this work? Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Per-Olof Granström from the Zero Emissions Platform, and I have a question for Jan. But first, just thank you very much for the discussion so far. Really, really great, highlighting a lot in the Net Zero Industry Act that is needed to be highlighted. The whole value chain, the transport, and so forth, the Europe-wide market, and open access to the infrastructure and so forth. But it's worrying to hear because capacity building is most probably one of the key aspects here. So just to, is there anything you could think of that the Commission or someone else could help you with, maybe possibly in the work of the NECPs, in order to push? Because if we don't get the capacity building in the government and authorities, this will be super hard. Just to mention as well that the Zero Emissions Platform, we have a government group, and Aurelia's comment on who is really interested. It's wonderful to see. We have 23 European governments that are really interested in CCS. Czechia is one of them. That's my question to you. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Now, there's quite a few groups which advise the Czech government in different ways. There is a group of industrialists. It's called Revize, like a vision thing or revision thing. There is the National Economic Advisory Group to the Prime Minister. So my first take would be to team up with those groupings who advise the government on different levels, and to try to incorporate it in their discussions.
And one last question from the gentleman in the second row. I will pass on it.
Yeah, Chris Davis, CCS Europe. On the public infrastructure question that comes up on transportation of CO2, I was a member of in the UK, the Oxford report in 2016-17, which looked at examining the failure of the UK to take CCS forward. And one of our proposals was that the UK government should set up a Quango, a public infrastructure company of its own, to initiate the building of a transport infrastructure, which it would then, of course, charge for the use of and could possibly privatize when everything's, going swimmingly in decades to come. I just wondered, Daniel and Jan, in the Net Zero Industry Act, you do give member states the option to do things in some instances. For example, in Article 14, you say member states may provide administrative support if they wish to projects. If an amendment was to be floated to say, just to sort of give a stimulus to governments that member states may set up public infrastructure companies for the transportation of CO2, how would that go down with the Commission, and how would it go down with member states which are still grasping the idea of what to do to take CCS forward?
You want to go first, Daniel? Jan?
I think that would be an interesting proposal to throw in the air. What I would just nuance a little bit is whether you approach this at a government level or regional level. Because if you take a country like the Czech Republic, it has 3 coal regions out of the 14. One happens to be very close to the Polish Ceylon aquifers. So it might be a more interesting option to work on the regional level, which may have a more precise vision on where their particular economy is going than on the whole government level. And also there is different funding like the Just Transition Fund and so forth, which is more for the regions than for the government.
Yeah, same for me. The answer, of course, amendments are always welcome, and we have to put our position to it when they are on the paper. I think in the conversations we have in the CCUS forum and also towards the strategy, this is a very important topic that we need to look at. In the end, for me, it's about the business case for the transport operator. Is there enough, or is there a need for investing public money into it? If so, in what way would you do that? And then we are lucky in a way that we have the approach the UK is taking as sort of one example. We have an approach in Canada, which is another example. I think it's also useful that just last week we published a study that we have been doing, or that we had a consultant doing for us on exactly that question. DGNA is on the DGNA website, the NTEC study analysis of what are the factors to regulate which part of the value chain, or which part of the infrastructure. So this is certainly a conversation we would like to have. There will be a question on that, a very question on this topic in the public consultation, and it's certainly an issue that we want to address in the strategy.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time, so I'd like to thank you for the panelists for sharing their opinion. The way I see it, this Net Zero Industry Act proposal is a good first step, and we look forward for the final version and also the upcoming CCS strategy and the National Energy and Climate Plans. Hopefully, these will come together in a way that CCS can kickstart in the Central and Eastern European region. Thank you very much.
So many thanks to the panelists. Special thanks to Aurelia for stepping in last minute, Janos for moderating. Well done, and it was very insightful. I've not seen any questions from the online audience, but for the folks online, please go ahead and use the chat function or the Q&A function, and we'll take the questions as we go. So now we have our first project presentation, and I have the pleasure to invite Agnieszka Baran from PKN Orlen to present the Eco2CEE project. Agnieszka is the director of the CCS program office at PKN Orlen since the beginning of this year, and she's been with Orlen since 2016. Her responsibility is to implement and coordinate CCS projects in the whole Orlen Capital Group, including the Eco2CEE project. And she has over 10 years of experience in the oil and gas industry and the energy sector in strategy initiation, planning, execution of high capex projects. She holds a master's degree in chemical and process engineering from the Warsaw University of Technology and postgraduate studies in controlling and project management from the Warsaw School of Economics. So Agnieszka, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Okay, so just give me a few minutes so I can familiarize with the technology, you know. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah. Back to screen. Okay, so thank you very much for invitation to this conference. I will sit here, so I feel more comfortable. So I think you don't mind that. But first, I would like to say a few words about the PKN Orlen and Orlen Group, because maybe there are a few persons that they do not know us. So we are the leading multi-utility player in the Central Europe. We've got seven refineries in Poland, in Czech Republic, in Lithuania. Part of them are integrated with petrochemical assets. We are a local leader in crude oil processing. So our annual output of crude is about 37 million tons. We produce more or less 40 petrochemicals, and we are on the 60 markets. Part of these petrochemicals are advanced products, more or less 16%. This year, we revised our strategy, and we have announced that we would like to reduce about 25% of CO2 emissions from the refinery, from the petrochemicals and upstream by 2030. We were one of the first companies which told that we're gonna be neutrality, zero emission before 2050. And at this moment, we assume we're gonna spend more or less 40% of our whole capex, which is about 320 billion Polish złotych on the green projects. To obtain this 25% reduction, yeah, okay. We assume to reduce our methane emissions. We assume to use energy from low energy sources and improve our energy efficiency. And what is the most important, we would like to deploy the CCUS projects. Getting to the point, in 2020, late 2020, beginning of 2021, three companies, PKN Orlen, Lafarge, and Air Liquide Polska, decided to cooperate in the project which used to called EU CCS Interconnector. It was our previous name, and many people can know our project based on this name. The scope of the project was and is to build a multi-model export-import CO2 terminal on the north of the Poland, and necessary infrastructure to transport the CO2 from local assets. In 2023, we add to our partnership Orlen Lietuva, which is the company from the whole Orlen Group, located in Lithuania. We extended the scope of the whole project to also implement the necessary infrastructure to transport the CO2 not only from Poland, but also to Lithuania, from Lithuania. Stages of the project, we assume they're gonna be divided into two parts. First, it's gonna be more or less in 2027, 2030, when we're gonna reduce our when we're gonna sequestrate about 3 million tons of CO2 per year. And in the second stage, which is dated after 2030, we assume to sequestrate more or less 9 million tons per year. What is worth to be at the first stage, we think that the most possible to transport the whole CO2 from the assets is to implement it rail transport, for sure, when it's gonna be, let's say, higher volumes of CO2, pipeline will be needed. However, as we all may know, it is very hard to implement pipeline in, I don't know, 2, 3, or 5 years. We cannot do that. And railway might be easier. At this moment, we are preparing the feasibility study for the rail transportation, which include CO2 from Płock, which include CO2 from Lafarge Cement, which is in Kętrzyn, Kujawy, and other emitters on the route of the train. To be honest, it's not like we, let's say, just saying that we are preparing the project and nothing else is going on. We fully see that there are many emitters on the north of Poland which would like to use our terminal, which will be, of course, possible to be used on the commercial basis. But what is worth to be at is that, for example, Lafarge Cement, one of our partners, has obtained funds from Innovation Fund for the carbon capture of their unit. We, as PKN Orlen, right now we are in the middle of the binding process for the processing license and basic design for the one of our refinery units. And other customers we see that are located more or less in the distance of 250 kilometers. This year we have signed a cooperation plan with Republic of Lithuania. I think that Justinas, who will be a speaker after me, will tell you more about their project. But we see that and maybe here, the little spot on the right side, there is Orlen Lietuva, and the little spot next to it is terminal in Klaipėda Nafta from the project CCS Baltica. And we see that we can cooperate between each others to make big synergies from it. Good location of Poland gives us the opportunity to sequestrate not only on the North Sea, but also in the Baltic Sea. At this moment in Poland, there is a situation that we are in the middle of changing the law of CCS. Right now, we cannot sequestrate in Poland anything, I mean onshore. As offshore sequestration, we can do only some demo projects with limited volumes of CO2. Development of an open access terminal with import-export possibilities, we think that will give us the opportunity not only to decarbonize our country like Poland, but also countries next to us. So it will give the high competitiveness possibilities of the countries from CEE region. What we have done is that our project, named previously EU CCS interconnector, was listed on the 5th list of the PCI project. We have already prepared the location study in which we checked whether there is a possibility, technical, economical possibility of building a CO2 terminal in other location than Gdańsk, and we confirmed that Gdańsk is the best solution. What also we have done is the cooperation plan, which I have already mentioned, between Poland and between Lithuania, which gives us the opportunity, for example, in case, of course, we will implement both projects, give us the opportunity to negotiate better prices for the maritime transport or better prices for the sequestration in the North Sea, let's say. In progress, we are in the feasibility study for the rail transportation. We want to know what kind of changes, investments will be needed to deploy the transport of CO2 from our assets, and what will be the OPEX side of this project. What will be need to do is the feasibility study for the maritime transport. So from the terminal located in Gdańsk to the spot places of sequestration somewhere on the North Sea. Not only we want to, of course, know the OPEX side of this transport. However, we want to know also the let's say technical aspects of ships, because it will help us to design better our terminal. The second thing is application for the CEF energy studies. We are in the middle of the process for application for funds for the project. We are also on the application procedure, let's say, for being implemented on the 6th list of the PCI projects. And that's all. I think that if you would like to ask some questions, I am open to that. But in case you would like to ask questions later, you know, I've got orange jacket, so it's quite easy to find me.
Thank you, Agnieszka. And then we have any questions from the audience? I'm sure we do, yeah.
Hi, Luciana Miu, Energy Policy Group. Thank you for the presentation. So obviously this project is about exporting CO2 for storage in the North Sea. I know that Poland does have a partial ban, at least, on storage on Polish territory. What do you think the outlook is for eventually storing CO2 either onshore in Poland or in the Polish Baltic Sea?
It's a good question, you know, because I think that right now we are in the, as I said, in the middle of the changing, the process of changing the law. It's not gonna take, I don't know, 1 month, 2 months or something like that. We are still waiting for implementation. However, we see the sun in the tunnel, let's say. So someday, I think we will be able to sequestrate the CO2 onshore, let's say, from the regulatory point of view. However, you have to keep in mind that, as I think Daniel or somebody else said, people do not know what is CCS, what is the technology, what are the pros and cons of this, and they might be afraid of implementation of CCS projects in Poland. This is why we think that it's the biggest risk of implementing that in the country. We know that our government organized, let's say, a team which do the necessary thing to make some kind of let's say, communication strategy to deal with this problem. So we think that in few months, years, who knows, there will be such a possibility and such a bigger knowledge of people about the technology to implement. However, we think that there might be, because, you know, Poland is big and part of the emitters is on the north of Poland, part is in the middle and part is on the south. So each emitter will have better possibility to use terminal. Some of them will have a better possibility to use the onshore sequestration. However, at this moment, the terminal is the best and only way to decarbonize Poland.
I'm Michna Katutsi from APG. Just a quick question, because in terms of the captured CO2, I'm curious about what processes more specifically are you looking into your petrochemical business? Where would that CO2 come from more specifically?
To be honest, we are in the middle of the license and basic design process, binding process, so I cannot talk very much. I can only say that we are taking into consideration right now assets from the refinery units. It's from the hydrogen unit. And right now we are thinking about it.
Hi, thank you very much. Very interesting. I don't have a question. I just have a comment.
Yes.
And since you're talking about shipping and designing the terminal, I'd be happy to invite you to the zero emissions platform work on exactly this. So we have quite a large study report going on where we are looking into interoperability for shipping, and huge amounts of companies are involved. And also barriers to commercialization and so forth. So that might be of interest going forward. Thank you.
Yes, for sure. Thank you very much. It's a great opportunity because, as we know, we are the the only partners who are building these terminals. So any knowledge that can anyone give us will be a huge benefit for the whole project. And as I said, we are going to do this feasibility study to just have the opportunity to should I okay can I say two words to design properly the terminal, not only focus to the one or just in general for some kind of specific technology, but to give the opportunity to all of the ships to cooperate with us and to import and export the CO2 from the terminal. So. And what is worth to add, so I have to point that out, is that the previous name of our project was this EU CCE interconnector. Now we changed it to ECO2CEE, so we always have this information on the left side of presentation, so anyone could familiarize with the project, because sometimes we've got these problems with changing the name because we extended the partners. Now we are more CE partnership. This is why we have changed the name of the project. Please, should I?
Agnieszka, two questions from our online audience. So one question is about the option of importing CO2 from other countries for storage in Poland. Is that at all in your plans or considerations? And the second one is whether you're planning to use old pipelines or you will build new pipelines for your CO2 transport project.
Okay, but first question, are you asking me as an employee of PKN or the ECO2CEE partner? Because as I said,
that's not specified, right now, so you're free to choose your interpretation.
Right now, as I said, we cannot do that. We have that in mind because we know that Poland has got a specific geology and Poland might be able to sequestrate CO2 in future. This is why we are designing a import-export terminal, just to, maybe there will be some point at time that CO2 will be needed, and we're gonna create we are, as companies in general, create some product from the CO2, and it's gonna be needed. But right now we mostly focus on export aspects of the project. However, we have that in mind that there will be such a possibility, and in case of any company would like to sequestrate in general, this terminal might be used for these purposes, to import CO2 if there will be such a necessity. And the second,
Clear.
because I forgot
Second
that.
one is about pipelines, new pipelines, or you're reusing old pipelines?
To be honest, right now, in case of using the existing pipelines, there will be a need to prepare some kind of feasibility study or any kind of technical document that will check whether these pipelines will be possible to be used in a different way or not. We mostly focus on new pipelines, however, to use the existing routes, which will be quite easier to deploy that, and technically and I guess economically. This is why we at the very beginning we think to use new pipelines. In case of not used existing pipelines, we're gonna think about changing it into a CO2 transport pipeline for sure.
Okay, that's clear. So we need to move on. Thanks a lot, Agnieszka. It was very informative, and good luck with the project to you and the consortium. So next up, we have Justinas Jasbutis from Klaipėdos Nafta, who will present on the CCS Baltic Consortium. Justinas is head of project unit at the Business Development Department at Klaipėdos Nafta. And he's a technically proficient professional with a bachelor's of science degree, a decade of experience in the energy industry, and he has also contributed extensively to floating LNG regasification projects in Europe, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. Currently, his focus lies in driving carbon capture and storage initiatives as a leading authority within the Klaipėdos Nafta organization. And prior to joining Klaipėdos Nafta, he gained valuable experience in the UK energy sector. So, Justinas, please, the floor is yours. You can see it.
I can try to stand.
This is the mic, I think. This may not work. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here today, for the invitation and opportunity to introduce CCS Baltic Consortium project. So let's begin. So maybe firstly about the KN, or Klaipėdos Nafta. KN is a state-owned company who is also listed on Nasdaq Baltic stock. The company was established back in 1960s with traditional oil transshipment business. Now we are positioning ourselves as marine energy terminals. We also are responsible for National Fuel Reserve Terminal. In 2014, we started LNG activities by developing and implementing first regasification terminal in Baltic region with floating technology, FSRU. We are also active internationally, meaning that we are acting in Europe and in Latin America. We're part of largest gas to power project in Brazil, so Port of Açu. We're responsible for technical and commercial operations there. In Europe, we're assisting to clients in Germany, in Port of Wilhelmshaven, to Uniper, and also in Italy to client Snam in Piombino. And also we are looking at new streams, new opportunities. So at CO2, ammonia, hydrogen. So why CO2? Why this technology? So we believe and advocate at the end that especially for hard to abate industries like cement, like steel, fertilizers, CO2 is CCS is the best decarbonization technology as such. Few figures from recent release from International Energy Agency. So last year in 2022, the CO2 emissions grew by nearly 1%. It reached all-time high, 36.8 gigatons of CO2, and all-time high from coal. CO2 emissions reached 15.5 gigatons. So we have a problem here, and let's solve it, right? About the project, the project is developed by several companies. So Klaipėdos Nafta, project coordinator, energy terminal operator. Also, we have 2 shipping companies as a partners. So Japanese company MOL or Mitsui OSK Lines, so multimodal shipping company that is one of the largest fleet owners globally, and also Norwegian company Larvik Shipping. So they are a CO2 fleet owner and operator operating in EU for more than 30 years now. And also there are 2 cement plants on board with us here. So both of them belongs to German Schwenk group, Akmenės Cementas plant in Lithuania and Schwenk Latvia cement plant in Latvia. The technical concept is, I believe you have seen those in case you are involved in CCS projects and value chains. So first part is CO2 emission side, where the CO2 will be captured, liquefied. So in our case, there are, as I mentioned, 2 cement plants. To add, the Schwenk Group is building a small scale plant in Germany, in Mergelstädtel, where they, let's say, testing oxy-fuel technology. The second part is onshore transportation and export facility. So since there are different geographical locations, we need to transport CO2 from those to Klaipėda seaport, where we are we're gonna build a CO2 terminal. The third element of the chain is shipping part, and here we've been assisted with our partners MOL and Larvik Shipping. And last bit is sequestration. So as you see, we don't have yet partner or service provider here. However, I invite if anyone in the room represents any project to talk and look for cooperation. So we most likely, well, we looked at few. We do have some NDA signed and, let's say, working on the best option for our project, our location. So the project geography, as I mentioned it, Baltics, 1 cement plant in Latvia nearby the border, and in Lithuania, and the terminal in the Klaipėdos seaport. Also, there is a partnership or a dot in Gdansk port, and also in Mažeikiai, the PKN Orlen project and Orlen Lietuva. So we have a partnership agreement and see many synergies having a large hub for the CO2. Project parameters or technicalities, let's say, so our project is a cross-border project, a candidate for the 6th PCI list. Countries I mentioned it, project partners I already mentioned it. Regarding the timeline, we are targeting to reach an FID or financial investment decision by late 2026, early 2027. Commercial operations date or COD, January 1st, 2030. Regarding the amount of CO2, we're looking to capture nearly 32 million tons of CO2 during the project lifetime, 20 years, and the actual net reduction is 20 million tons. Implementation status, we are yet before permitting, and we are almost ready to release our project website with more details. And the last bit is our, let's say, recommendations and conclusions from the nearly 2 years of project development. So the project is, in case you want to have a real project, you need to have subsidies. Unfortunately, in our case, on a national level, we don't have those in place. It is very important to emphasizing publicity and underscoring the strategic significance of the project. And also, our recommendation lies proactive engagement with regulatory bodies and the front runners of the already project that been implementing or reaching, let's say, milestones in their processes. So, very shortly from my side, thank you.
So, any questions for Justinas? Yeah. Evard. Let me just please introduce yourselves for the speakers, just in case.
Cheers, thank you very much. Good morning, my name is Evert Pernot. I'm from Clean Air Task Force. We're a climate NGO, very similar to Bologna. My question is actually about your LNG terminal. I was wondering, do you have any plans to install CO2 capture on this facility as well as part of the project, or you're just looking at importing CO2 from the cement facilities? Thank you.
You mean on the FSRU? Yeah. So we actually do have a plans and looking at it closely, but I cannot tell too much at the moment. And it's not a part, at least this project and this, let's say, application for the PCI part. So who knows? Maybe after 2 years we will include it. Yeah.
Thank you. Luciana.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. So just to clarify, there's 2 cement plants that are the emitters that will be part of this project. Would you see in the future expanding to other emitters as well? Are there any in Latvia and Lithuania that are sort of large enough to consider carbon capture? How would you see this maybe developing into something a bit larger with more emitters?
Thank you, very good question. Actually, we talked with the major emitters in the region, or at least in Lithuania and Latvia. Yes, we do see the expansion, and we do have in Lithuania a large fertilizer company, basically the largest one with the emissions. Also, we have waste plant. There is one potential plant in Latvia as well, and yeah, so there are some big players who would be interested to join.
There's a couple of one question, one comment from the online audience, and the question is why only 20 million tons of net emission reduction when you capture 32 million tons, and what will happen to the rest, the remaining 12 million tons, and when?
Good question. Pretext at this point. Yes. So. Yeah, so the difference is, first of all, because of the capture technology, which is aiming to get at 92.5% of efficiency, and the other emissions are being released during the transportation and other value chain technological elements. Thank you.
Thanks, and let me, Bruno has a question.
Hi, Bruno Geritz, Global CCS Institute. Regarding shipment to other countries, any activity or progress in terms of bilateral agreements with these other countries? Are you aware of your administrations, your governments working on that? Do you need any help?
Regarding agreements with different countries,
Correct.
could you be more specific on
To
this one?
export CO2 from
Right,
Lithuania to.
Yes, we do have in our, let's say, development process, few regulatory and legislational aspects like London Convention, London Protocol, since we are not a member of London Convention, but we see other opportunities how we could sort it out. Regarding agreements with other parties or other countries, we help, let's say, our governments to sign cross-border development agreements with Latvia. So far, that's it. But we are let's say, looking at potential other agreements too. And we don't have any specific with sequestration, let's say, projects in other countries.
So let me just convey the comment from the online audience. As Mrs. Ala Shoganova, who says that it's not possible to store CO2 in seabed or landfill it. Only geological storage is possible under the seabed or in a deep geological structure more than 700 meters depth onshore. So just a clarification from, I suppose, a CCS expert, a geology expert on the wording. Otherwise, I don't see any other questions online or in the room. I think we can now have a coffee break. So you stay caffeinated and please make sure to be back at 11:15 as we have really good stuff coming after the coffee break. And yeah, thanks again, Justinas, and thank you for your attention. Okay, I think we are back online as well. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think so. So next up, we have a conversation between Eva Pernot from Clean Air Task Force and Chris Bolesta from DGNR. So we're experimenting a little bit with the format. We have project presentations, we have panel discussions. Now we have a fireside chat or a conversation with. So yeah, so I let Eva kick off. Yeah, over to you.
Thanks very much, Miha. And morning, everyone. My name is Everett Pernot. I'm a policy manager for carbon capture at Clean Air Task Force. We're an international climate NGO. I'm based in Berlin and I focus primarily on EU policy. Also do some stuff on German CCS policy. And my colleague or my friend, I guess, here next to me, Chris Bolesta, head of CO2 capture, use and storage at DGNR in the Commission. Also been previously at the Commission. He's Mr. CCS, you could say in Brussels. So for the next 20 minutes or so, we're going to do my favorite activity in the world, talk about carbon capture and storage. There's really no irony in that, actually. So we've heard a lot about the strategy. We've also heard a lot about the Net Zero Industry Act, but for the moment, we're going to talk about strategies. Chris, how's it going? How's the strategy going?
It's going great. Hello, everyone. I think it's frowned upon when you at the fire wearing a jacket, I think. So if it's a fireside chat, then I'll take
it's very warm.
It's very warm, very warm. Yeah, how's it going? I think it's going very good. It's going very well. I think it's going so well that we are now have to juggle two things at the same time. So as you very well know, we are preparing the strategy. So this the CCS, CCU, and carbon removal technologies all in one document, strategic document for later this year. But we also have the Net Zero Industry Act, which is going in parallel, and it has certain elements of the strategy that we wanted to put in the strategy. So now we have two papers or two work streams rather moving at the same time, and we have to juggle them and make sure that they are compatible. And if I see what the Parliament wants to do with the Net Zero Industry Act, I'm scared that it will consume even more elements of the strategy. So it's really a challenge. But it also, for me, the main point is this: the technology is out and about and important, and I think it's fair to say that if the Parliament is ambitious on CCS, that's a Copernican change. It's really huge, because a few years ago, if you try to talk to any MEP on CCS, they wouldn't understand what CCS was. So it's going great on awareness and on the content as well.
So lots of extra work.
Yes.
With no extra pay.
Well,
give this man a raise.
Welcome to the Commission, eh?
So I guess when we're talking about strategies, I mean, we've been now involved. Clean Air Task Force has been involved since we're in 2020. Also with Bologna, who've been doing it for much longer. On calling for a strategy, I think that was the first thing that we really called for. Was we need a European strategy. We need to have some sort of vision. Where is this industry going to go? Especially how can we direct it to meet our climate needs? But now we're at the stage in terms of how should a strategy for carbon capture and storage be developed? And I think there'll be a lot of people in this room, particularly now, just not looking at the European strategy, but also at the member state level, right? You know, like we've seen in Denmark, we've seen in Germany now, they're in the middle of developing what they call a carbon management strategy, we might call it. And also we've heard even this morning that there's plans for a carbon capture and storage strategy in Poland, which is apparently being developed as well. How should member states, how should policymakers react to this? What are the types of things we need to be looking out for when we're developing a strategy?
Well, I think it would be great to have a manual because this is sort of draw my numbers exercise that you could have. I think that the first thing that is really important is to make a conscious choice, whether from a perspective of a government, whether you want carbon management in your country or not, or to what extent you want to invest in this. And I think a conscious choice means, okay, no CCS, no cement industry. So I think it might be stark, it might be, you know, quite a challenge, but this is the reality. And I think it's the first decision, what kind of role carbon management will play in your economy, and then it starts from there. Then you could go and the next thing is, okay, so what elements of the value chain you would like to develop? Do you want to keep CO2 in your country, or you just want to capture it and send somewhere for storage, for use? And then you'd obviously need to think about the international engagement, about maybe some agreements, et cetera, if you want to keep it in the country, or at least use your geological potential, then you need to invest in looking into optimal geological formations, how the transport infrastructure should be developed, et cetera. And if you want to be more prescriptive, then I think it would make sense to have a CCS pyramid. So where CCS makes sense and where not so much, but still could be used, it's maybe should be up to, you know, business to use it or something else, and some maybe application when it shouldn't be used. So I think this is few steps that every country should do when they are developing the strategy.
Yeah, and I think there was one part of it maybe that you missed there, that I'd be keen to get your thoughts on. And it's the essential question we always hear about carbon capture and storage. How much CCS do we need, right? And I think that's really what's coming up now in the Net Zero Industry Act. And we don't need to talk about the specific number, but how do we set a target? How do we need, if we're making a strategy, if we're trying to figure out a plan or a vision, surely we need some sort of clear North Star objective. Where are we going to go? How do we set a target for carbon capture, or how should carbon capture and storage strategy developers, if we call them that, how should they think about developing a target?
Yeah, I didn't mention target because I think that what we're trying to do at European level is to provide a Europe-wide target to increase business certainty. So if you are thinking about investing into capture, then you see that there's this target and you feel more comfortable that there'll be a storage capacity for you to use. I don't necessarily see a need for countries to elaborate national targets, because that would undermine the European carbon management market. If we want to have cross-border infrastructure, and if we want to optimize the use of resources, be it geological resources or, you know, the cheapest way of transporting CO2, we shouldn't limit the flow of CO2 to national borders. And I think that's why maybe national targets not such a great idea if we're doing it in Europe.
Mm-hmm. And when we're obviously, you know, we're in the midst of a constantly evolving, you know, set of circumstances, be it the energy crisis, be it, you know, there are wider aspects towards climate change, and we need to move fast, right? But we also are very aware that CCS has a bit of a public perception problem, right? It's a little bit unsexy. And so we need to also make sure that stakeholders are brought along during the process, right? So that we're not, you know, storing CO2 under, you know, people's backyards and playgrounds and things like this. Not that, you know, there's a technical issue with that, but really sort of the public perception problem. And so we need to involve, you know, stakeholders who are maybe non-economic actors as well, like, you know, society, for like us, for example. But, you know, doing that, it really also makes the process a bit more laborious. It makes it a bit longer, drawn out. how should we try and strike the balance? How have you tried to strike the balance right in developing the European strategy to meet both of these needs?
Yeah, I think that it's really important to realize that when you're trying to deploy a difficult technology, difficult to grasp, technology that's difficult to grasp, for me, the test is to try to sell a technology to a politician. If you can't do it in 20 seconds, then the technology is really doomed. And I think CCS is in that category. It's really difficult to explain to a politician that, what it does, why it's needed, and why it's needed. So it's easy to explain, okay, so solar PV, that's easy. Windmills, okay, easy. CCS, oh, okay, so, capture, transport, storage, different options, different technologies on the ground, in products, use. Oh my God, it's so much.
How do you do when you're in the parliament?
No, well, I don't do that. It's it's for more experienced people like you. I'm just trying to draft the strategy. I think that there's a saying in tech that you have to be fast and break things. I think in CCS we have to be fast and avoid breaking things. And it's really difficult because it's, you have to have, absolutely have to have the people's buy-in developing this, because it's a new technology. We don't have onshore storage in Europe. We don't even have offshore storage in the EU. So it's new. And I think that Denmark is actually showing the way how to do it fast and have people on site. I think that public awareness, increasing of public awareness, is a key element of our work on CCS, CCU, and carbon removals. This is something absolutely necessary. Mm-hmm. It's obvious that people in Europe today are very skeptical on any big investments around them. So NIMBY is a thing that applies to everything. If it's a train station or a piece of motorway or CCS, it doesn't matter. So we need to bring people on side, and I think for this we also need to learn from renewables. I think that maybe some economic incentives for people who have storage in their vicinity would be maybe an idea that we should explore, member states to explore. Say if you have an income, little income from the fact that there's a wind farm in your neighborhood, why not if it's a CO2 storage in your neighborhood? So I think we need novel technologies. We need to keep people on side and move as fast as we can, not to lose people.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you were also around for the first wave, we could say, of CCS in Europe. I was not, so maybe I'm a little naive when it comes to this process, and it seems to be going quite well, I think, but maybe we would have thought the same in 2008 or 2009. What are the key lessons that you took away from that first wave that you've maybe tried to rectify this time? The mistakes maybe that were maybe not you made, but were made.
I think in general, the whole group or the whole environment of CCS, the bubble, we took several things for granted. One was that storage is there and it could be developed quickly, which didn't happen. And the second thing was that public awareness is not an issue. You can convince people, or you can use offshore storage, and that'll be fine. So I think we've learned from that, and projects learn from that. There's a huge body of knowledge and experience that we should top now. I think that starting working with people as early as possible before you even start the project, the first shovel in the ground, start talking to people, engaging with them. It's really massive. It's a must.
Mm-hmm. And as we move then maybe next year and beyond, we're not just going to be, you know, developing the strategy, we're also going to need to implement it. Are there ways in which you think you're trying to set up the process now to be able to best implement the strategy, or is that something that's a little over the hill?
Well, you always do your best in designing a strategy so it's easily implemented.
Mm.
But the political process is very it's very difficult and sometimes adds strange things to your plans. But you know, from the onset, you should set up clear milestones, not many targets, so it's easily implemented, and you shouldn't go in too deep. So you know, you could just be stuck in detail. So I think there's a few things: clarity, simplicity, and yeah, I don't know. It's really, I think, brevity as well.
Have we got any questions from the audience at this point? I'd be happy to facilitate. Chris, oh, another one, Chris to another.
I think Chris Davis, and I remember you back in 2009, and all you were doing was talking about football. I know nothing about football, but I'm glad you got back onto CCS. We've taken the carbon out of the ground. That's why we've got climate change. We now need to put the carbon back into the ground. 8 seconds. Just saying. You mentioned growing support amongst the political groups. And it's very good that, you know, there's an S&D report, of course, come out from the Environment Committee now on responding to the Net Zero Act, which is supportive of carbon capture, at least when it comes to hard-to-abate industry. But almost every other person I can think of in the Parliament who speaks at all in favour of CCS publicly is from the EPP group. I just wondered if you've got any reflections upon that and how we shift the agenda.
Well, I think it's maybe it's a indication how you should vote in the future, but joking apart. I think it's strange that just one political family is supportive of this technology. You know, I think that it will be key for Net Zero Industry Act first, and then the strategy that will probably enter the next parliament as well, to actually have a common position on CCS. I think it's maybe the MEPs from EPP just noticed the issue first, but I hope that other parties will grasp the need for the technology to be deployed as well. I don't know. I mean, you've been MEP, so you should know why is the case.
I just wonder whether the fossil fuel companies have sort of poisoned the ground.
Yes, I think there's something to it, like at least, but it's weird because if you talk to people at the level of member states, of countries, the discussion on carbon management has moved on, because you've now moved away from coal. You're focusing on hard-to-abate sectors. You've added carbon removals, so green CO2. So I think the debate has moved on, but the Brussels bubble is a bit slow in terms of moving on. I think there's still a lot of talk about oil and gas, preserving fossil fuel, keeping them in the mix, which CCS is not about that anymore. I think it never was, but for some reason the discussion here is more stuck than in other countries.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add my own thoughts on that as well, having lived and also worked in politics at a national level in the member state, that things moved much faster in Germany than they did in Brussels, and there's a time gap, there's a delay by the time the news gets back home, or news gets home to Brussels, really, that even German Green MEPs who are here are speaking very differently in what their own national members are talking like. And I think that that's important as well. I think there's also critical to note that, you know, there's a lot of talk and recognition, which we very much welcome from the EPP group. Don't want to annoy any of my friends in that group. As to their support of CCS, I think it's very important that they're the ones putting pressure on others. Having said that, it's now European Green Deal that's what's brought us to this point where we actually have a CCS strategy, where we have a Net Zero Industry Act that has an entire chapter dedicated to CO2 storage. There would not be a carbon management strategy in Germany were it not for the Green government. I mean, the actual strategy is being developed by a Green minister. So I think we must resist the urge to get into, you know, political fights and also allow CCS to be thrown around like political football. And I think if the Parliament shifts next year, and if we see a shift to the right, and EPP have the power to implement the strategy to advance CCS, it's important that we try and hold them to account to do that. So,
and I just want to take and underline one sentence you said. Germany is moving faster than Brussels. That tells you something.
My question, Per-Olof Johnson from the Zero Emissions Platform. Thank you very much for the fireside discussion. This is very good. So very often when we talk to MEPs that are supportive and not supportive, one thing always comes up: the view that it's not needed. We can make this without CCS. That's the main reason why it's not hooking on. So, question to Chris: do you think I'm very happy with the strategy coming out, and I'm happy to call it strategy and not a vision, and also the NZIA, but because that changes the language. Is there anything more you think that the Commission and the EU can do in order to help governments, in order to, I know they understand, but to use language that is not well, CCS, but only as a last resort, or maybe it's not needed, and so forth? Do you have any recommendations there? Thank you.
Well, I would keep member states alone on this, because I think there's a lot of things already going on. Like we see in DG Ener that quite a few member states are now changing their repower programs under the recovery budget, and they add CCS projects. So they understand that the technology is needed. There were already, I think, 5 or 6 member states with projects under the recovery budget, but now there are new projects, new countries coming in. So I think they realize that this technology is needed. I think that, you know, it's easy to ignore that CCS will have a role, but the headline is very clear. There'll be no Green Deal without CCS, and the modeling is very, very, very clear about this. You know, it's if you consider the existing modeling figure, we now doing the new modeling runs in the Commission, but for the existing modeling in the Commission, you see that we need to capture even up to 600 million tons of CO2 per year from 2050. If you consider that a big industrial country like Poland has an emission from ETS sectors now at the level of more or less 150 million tons a year, 600 is quite a lot. And this is down to you know, CO2 capture. So for the life of me, I don't know why people keep on ignoring that, because it's huge. You simply can't.
Any final thoughts, Chris, before we wrap this up?
Can I still?
Oh,
yes.
sorry, one more question.
Hi, Isa van den Bosse from Peterson Public Affairs, but I was in the energy sector for 15 years before. One comment and one question. The comment is that there is still a lot of, I mean, I understand that in the CCS bubble here in Brussels and in Germany and then in other bubbles in other countries, there is a clear understanding of that CCS is not about energy sector anymore. And that we have discussed many times. But we started talking about CCS promotion, CCS coalition in Poland. And for the first question was about the energy sector, or the first association is still with the energy sector. So there is still not enough, or there is still a lot to be done to stop this association of CCS with the flagship projects from where Chris Davis was the rapporteur and Mr. Buzek was the chairman of the parliament. And I think that's something that we have to remember, that, you know, in the bubble, we know clearly where to go. The question, though, is to you, Chris, and others also. There was a discussion, interesting discussion in the morning, and then the Czech Republic, representative of the Czech Republic, was very much questioning, or maybe not questioning, but challenging the regulations that are coming, sort of forcing or enforcing CCS on certain countries. He was also saying that the Czech Republic may not even want to implement CCS, or they may not be so open as you expect everyone to be open to implement CCS. In Poland, as you know very well, Orlen is one among the front runners. And of course, we have Lafarge plant, but there are others who are clearly waiting to see. I mean, they do realize, they do make calculations. When you talk to KGHM or other huge emitters, they understand how much it's going to cost them, but they're still waiting. And my question is, it's a bit of a vicious circle. Should it be imposed on the industry to start to act, giving them economic incentives, or should it be the industry that should come and ask for these economic incentives, or, like, you know, financial incentives? Should it be at the EU level, then going down to the government level, and then the government sort of trying to push the industry to act, or should it be the other way around?
Well, I don't know. It's a $1 million question. I think there's more than one way to skin a cat. I have nothing against cats, by the way, but I think what is very clear in some countries is that certain companies do not have trust in what will happen with, like, climate and policy targets in some time. So maybe that's the reluctance of investing in certain technologies, because some businesses are like, okay, our politicians will take care of that. We will not have to do this. We'll not have to do these investments. I think that the fact that ETS is there should be already the biggest indicator that you should transform. You should look for pathways of how to reach climate neutrality, because first, free allocation of allowances will disappear, and then the EU ETS will be over on 2040 or something. So if you are a cement plant, you'll always have emissions. You can't get rid of them. They'll always be there. It's process emissions. You either make cement or not. So if you want to make cement in the future, the choice is clear. You should have CCS. And if you're not knocking down the door of your government, like saying, listen, if you want to keep me here, please help me. I think you don't need like, Brussels pushing any more. I think it's enough.
Okay. You come to put out the fire.
I think we have to put out the fire. Yeah, running out of time, but it was excellent. Thanks a lot. I think the format worked well. So thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, you were on fire. I don't know if you saw. So next up is a panel discussion. Cheers. So we can now move on to the next panel, which will be moderated by Luciana Miu. Luciana is the head of clean economy at Energy Policy Group, one of the project partners based in Romania. She holds a PhD in residential energy efficiency from Imperial College London and has worked on energy and climate topics in the UK government and parliament. Currently, Luciana coordinates EPG's work on industrial decarbonization, CCUS, and climate governance, among other topics. So, Luciana, welcome. And Luciana will moderate the panel. She will also introduce the panelists. So yeah, please take it away. Yeah.
So we've just had a very interesting session on the CCS strategy, really enlightening. And I think segues quite nicely into the topic of our conversation in this session, because the CCS strategy is really meant to bring cohesion to CCS deployment across the EU. And we want to understand also how stakeholder platforms and networks can be leveraged to increase this collaboration, cooperation, knowledge sharing, and partnership that is so crucial for CCS deployment today. So it's my pleasure to introduce our panel. We've got Per-Olof Granström, who's Secretary General of the Zero Emissions Platform and EU Director of the CCS Association. He brings a vast experience in the EU energy sector, including positions at Vattenfall and Nord Pool. Thank you very much for joining us, Per-Olof. To his right, we've got Bruno Gerritz, who's Client Engagement Manager at the Global CCS Institute, and he brings a vast experience as well in sales and account management and carbon emissions, software, and financial trading platforms. Welcome, Bruno. And last but not least, Chris Davis, the Director of CCS Europe and the former rapporteur of the Directive on Geological Storage of CO2, what we know as the CCS Directive, and also a key player in introducing the financial mechanism that later became the NER 300 and has now evolved into the Innovation Fund. So thank you very much for being on the panel today. I'd like to start just with a quick round to warm up the panel. If you could just give a brief introduction of your organization, what it's about, and why is the topic of stakeholder platforms and networks important to you? So why have you joined the event today? Chris, if I could start with you.
Oh, well, CCS Europe is a new campaign and advocacy body for CCS, and it is born in large part out of my frustration as a politician, not having seen much by way of advocacy and communication in the Parliament when it comes to promoting CCS. And I suppose that's the big difference. My background is that of a politician. I've fought 15 elections in my time. I have lost 8 of them. Tough fights, no easy battles. But I've also ended up serving in 2 councils and 2 parliaments, and including being elected 4 times to the European Parliament. But in that time, as the CCS spokesman, I suppose, the CCS rapporteur on 2 occasions, I found myself in a lonely world with far too few other people talking about CCS. Often you could get, in fact, almost invariably, you could get people reluctantly to vote for these, for the recognition that CCS would be part of a climate package equation. But trying to get them to speak with any enthusiasm for the subject was really hard. So here I am, many years later, still saying, we've got to really shift it here. But I think, as you've heard from Chris, the dial is shifting, but we've not reached a tipping point yet. One final investment decision has been taken to get CCS going forward, and that took place last Wednesday in Denmark. The first ever final investment decision. Just remember, back in 2007, the European Council said it wanted up to 12 demonstration projects in operation by 2015, and the first FID has just been taken. So we've got a big push, but at least our tails all up and all pushing together.
Indeed. Thanks for that very optimistic, but also realistic introduction to networks and platforms as a way of building momentum and really pushing CCS forward. Bruno, can you tell us a little bit about the GCCSI and why is it important to have these networks and platforms? Feel free to give any concrete examples of success in CCS deployment that has emerged from a network like the GCCSI.
Good. Well, thank you for having me here.
You could just switch your mic on so the online audience can hear you.
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me here. The Institute is a international global climate change think tank. We're not for profit, members-based organization. What makes us a little bit different to others is 2 items. One, we are truly global. We have offices and activities and a focus on around the world, at least in the CCS active regions, let's put it, or interested regions. Second, we've got a membership that includes both governments, industry, and then third, also research organizations. So it makes for advocacy, not lobbying. It's not an industry association, but it makes for very interesting conversations and very rich membership. What I like about so in ourselves, we're sort of a network. But what I like about an event like today is that we've got 3, 4, 5 different networks combining to become a super network, and that is very important. The lessons learned are to be taken there where they have happened. So yes, we haven't progressed that much in Europe, but there has been activity outside of Europe, mainly North America. There are many lessons to be learned from there, and that we are learning here as well. If only the comments that Chris Ballesta made earlier about the public acceptance, about how long it takes for storage, etc. So if we then go through these learning pains and share these with other countries in other parts of the world, that is only going to benefit them. I'll give you 1 or 2 examples very briefly, where the Institute has a multi-government working group where we're trying to reach out to countries like Eastern European countries, Southeastern European countries, and get them around the table with Northwestern European countries who've possibly a couple of years ahead of the curve, and therefore get CCS off the ground quicker in those countries than if they all have to figure it out by themselves. Similarly, we're working as an institute with a number of countries in Southeast Asia, again, where we're trying to do capacity building for these countries based on what we've learned, seen, and helped by other countries. So networks, yes, essential.
Great, thank you very much, Bruno. Per-Olof, could I get your thoughts on Zero Emission platform and why is it important? How's the journey been? And anything we can learn from your experience so far?
Thank you very much.
You could just
put the microphone on so you can hear me, and also online. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's great to discuss these items. It's crucial to gather stakeholders and all sorts of stakeholders, and we've heard it all through the morning here. So I think everyone that has been active has mentioned the importance. So of course it's crucial, and even more looking at the whole of Europe. The zero emissions platform. How many has not heard of it before? Hand up. No one is raising their hands. So we are, of course, the advisor to the European Union on the deployment on CCS and CCU, and we have started out as an EU grant and technology and innovation platform, but it's grown tremendously, and we have an extremely broad membership and stakeholder group. Everything from oil and gas, utilities, industries, equipment suppliers, to researchers, even trade unions and environmental NGOs. An amazing array. And of course, then you get the really, really interesting discussions already indoors. And we work very closely with Chris, that is no longer here. Joanna is here. Happy to see you, and from all DGs. So a really, really active work. We have, I would say, an extremely active work plan. 350 people across Europe are actively working together with us on a daily, weekly basis. And we're also coordinating with, I wouldn't say every, but an extreme amount of initiatives on national, EU, and global level on driving this forward. So very happy, really happy to be here. Just to follow up with what Chris said when you talked about the 12 demonstration plants. I just saw the number the other day. The target for 2030 was 200 megatons per year when these plants were supposed to be the silver bullet, 2008, 2009, something like that. Very happy to discuss, extremely important to gather people. And just as an example, next week on the Tuesday, we have a knowledge sharing webinar together with where we have invited not the CCUS community, but we have invited MEP assistants, co-workers of you, John, from their representative offices, from governments, from the council staff and so forth, to discuss and go through CCS and why it's important, but also to give people who might be a little bit afraid to ask what they might call stupid questions, a free round table closed up so they can really ask all the questions. And we are doing this over time quite a lot, and it works quite well. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And really interesting to hear about the event as sort of way of building up capacity within the administration as to what CCS is. We're certainly looking in a similar direction in Central and Eastern Europe where capacity is quite low. I'd like to follow up with you, Parolov, just with a quick question about the sort of journey of zero emissions platform. It sounds like the diversity of stakeholders that you work with is quite large. So you mentioned a vast array of stakeholders. How is it, what are the challenges and also the opportunities of trying to bring together all these different voices and link them to the policymaking process?
Well, I think many of you have seen lobby before, when people from all sorts of big companies, they come from their countries, they come here, they have a dinner with members of parliament and so forth, and then they do high five and they go home and they have lobbied. This is the opposite. So what we do is, of course, it's fact-based. We base all the work on the EU agenda, looking where is there a window of opportunity to help. Example, we heard about the strategy coming up, or right now the net zero, and we try to gather as broad as possible stakeholder variety when we put this together. And as I said, the Commission is always invited in the discussion. Of course, as you all know, stakeholders from oil and gas and industry and NGOs, they don't always have exactly the same view on things. So this means that we don't have to go down the wrong lane for very long. We can actually find really, really good paths forward early on in the projects, so we can help. We can really, really help. And one more thing. So we are now starting a new network. So in the CCUS forum work, the Commission has looked into, should we need an industrial partnership? So the zero emissions platform has, in parallel with that, we have highlighted this before, we're starting a new network that is a committee in our language, in parallel with the policy and economics and technology. And this network will be different. So it will be led by real project people. We'll invite the Commission to be also co-chair this, and we will have it focused on specific projects moving around Europe, 2 to 3 days, 1 day closed, 1 day open. And we will invite, and we heard about it before, the importance of both national and regional authorities and governments in order to push the projects, but also have the really good de-risking discussions and discussions about enablers and hurdles with the policymakers that can actually make a change, both in general and for this specific project. So interesting and very challenging.
You can imagine.
But really good.
Great, thank you very much. Chris, I'd like to turn to you for a question. So CCS Europe is a relatively new initiative, right? So what was the thinking behind setting it up? What gaps is it trying to fill?
Well, as I say, it's about political advocacy. It's about grabbing policymakers. I mean, what do I want to do? I want to spend CCS, after all these years that I've spent on this subject, I want to grab people by the collar and shake them and say, wake up, recognize the reality. Look at the process industries. Look at the emissions from there. You cannot achieve net zero without CCS. Wake up. That's it. Is there anything else?
I'm just a bit curious about the role that you see industry playing in this. Obviously,
Oh.
you know, staunch advocates such as yourself, grabbing politicians by the collar and shaking them. A lot more weight when industry comes behind it as well.
Well, I think industry is waking up because of the ETS and because of the withdrawal of free allowances. And people are now starting to do their sums and saying, okay, CCS is enormously expensive for a single project. However, once you start looking at those free allowances being withdrawn and you start thinking about 20 years or 30 years, then suddenly these figures start to look more in the realm of credibility, especially if they can persuade their governments to provide the sort of support that first movers are bound to need. But I also say, you know, we need political champions. We need political champions in the parliament, and we need political champions in the council. Now, you know, I had a meeting last week with a number of the permanent representative attachés working on the Net Zero Industry Act, and I'm struck by the fact that even amongst them working on that piece of legislation, there are very few that know much about CCS. The awareness is not there, and that must be feeding down from national capitals. Now, as for the role of industry, well, back in 2008, I once stood in the Sahara Desert. Not great sand dunes, but rather grotty sort of rubble, really. Lot of it. And I stood on a concrete platform, a quarter the size of this room. And out of this concrete platform came a pipe. Out of the sand came a pipe from the Insala gas plant, 5 kilometers away. And it went into a pumping mechanism on the concrete platform, and that was it. And if you listen very closely, you could hear the sound of CO2 being injected 2 kilometers down. And for me, that was seeing is believing. That was how you could deal with the issue of how do you stop venting the CO2 from that gas plant into the atmosphere. And the great thing that project developers can do, and what we have to do as CCS Europe, is to put project developers in front of policymakers, because seeing is believing, and there's nothing that convinces a politician more than having someone from their own country, from their own region, from their own town, who is working on this project and can show them how it can make a significant difference and help us achieve the goals we all share.
Wonderful. Yeah. So project developers with policymakers really showcasing what CCS is all about. And I'd like to turn to Bruno to pick up on this a little bit, because you did mention sort of lessons learned, and that's also about building up capacity within institutions and also public acceptance. Do you have any examples of countries or projects that have done this well, that have managed to build up that momentum, that social acceptance, that political acceptance to move CCS along?
Well, as I flagged earlier, North America has done well, and Chris Podesta mentioned Denmark. Those are probably the prime examples coming to mind here. Now, the thing is, in the world is very different, not between regions and between countries, and how people look at CCS, at environmental protection, at energy, at development is extremely influences those aspects. So it's fairly okay to enhanced oil recovery is acceptable, it's fine. Onshore storage is fine. It's not frowned upon. Perhaps I'm generalizing, but it's more acceptable than here. Let's put it that way. Possibly due to the wide open spaces they've got more so than we do here. Denmark has remarkably managed to convince its population, or to get its population on board. I don't trust option, and I hear there's a couple of cases in Eastern Europe where that is also an option still. But if you then look at further afield, Asia, then CCS and environmental protection are perhaps not the same priority than they are here, because clean water is more important. Having energy for a growing population is more important. So being a global organization helps us to some extent put that into perspective and tell and help bring that message and create understanding between these different regions that, okay, we have to progress in Europe, yes, keeping in mind that there's other regions that are going to progress it in their own way. So the examples, yeah, that have done well, I'd say the Americas managed to get the industry, at least technologically, up and running. CCS can be done. Technicalities, technology is not the problem. They've done that on the back of enhanced oil recovery, making it financially possible. Now we've got to use that technological ability and trying to make it financially possible in other regions.
Wonderful. Per-Olof, did you want to come in, or?
Just to highlight that, to complement this, public perception, we have to coordinate quite a lot in Europe on this, because many of the American examples, they are totally different projects. They are one source, a pipeline, and one store through completely different land. So we don't know that much. We really need to learn. One thing that I forgot to say to Chris, but you can tell Chris if you want to. He said things are moving from the strategy into the Net Zero Industry Act. Please tell him that is a good thing. It's super good, because we don't know when the strategy can be followed up by the next college after the elections of the European Parliament and so forth. So please tell him, and Joanna, please listen to this. Put as much as you can into the regulation and drive it through and have a decision in March, April next year. That would be super. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, did you want to comment on that?
No, I completely agree. I mean, when we were talking about setting up the CCS Europe body, I expected we would be spending, the next 12 months simply berating the Commission, reminding them of that 2007 decision. Where are the demonstration projects? Just berating the Commission to say you are not going to reach net zero without CCS. And then along came the Net Zero Act, and it's a Christmas tree. The Parliament cannot initiate legislation. But once someone gives it a Christmas tree, the Parliament can hang baubles on it. And I want lots and lots of baubles and colour lights and twinkly lights and things, and a CCS strategy at the end of the day.
Just to highlight, so Cedric walked in. So this was your item when we met last time on the 26th of April. So this is your item. Move it to the NZIA regulation. Thank you. Sorry.
Wonderful. No, not at all. Thank you. I'd just like to throw out any questions from the audience at this stage. Or any questions online? Perfect. Then I get the privilege of continuing with my list of questions. Taking it a bit to Central and Eastern Europe, which is why we're here today. We do have a bit of a divide in terms of the advancement of CCS, obviously, between Northwestern Europe and other regions, and Central and Eastern Europe is one of those. Do you think that Europe needs regional CCS networks to facilitate regional CCS hubs, building up sort of regional experience in countries that might have some similarities between them? We do see quite a lot of similarities in terms of institutional capacity or lack thereof, public awareness, lack thereof, and CEE. So is there a case for regional CCS networks in Europe? Chris, would you like to start us off?
Sure, if you like. You can hardly not, can hardly speak in Belgium without recognizing the importance of regional networks, by the way, because of and of course, there has to be cooperation between countries and across industrial regions because of the transportation of CO2 issues. However, fundamentally, the driving force behind CCS deployment and putting in place the strategies and putting in place the financial measures is going to come from national governments. So let's not go away from that. And the issue of the NECPs was raised this morning by Daniel. The draft 2023 NECPs are going to be tabled by the end of this month. The ones tabled 4 years ago hardly paid any attention whatsoever to industry policy. He's saying that the Commission is telling member states they've got to start bearing this in mind. But, I'll be really surprised if they do. I expect a lot of those NECPs to come back in draft form without addressing the issue properly and without being able to explain what their CCS strategy is or what financial measures they're putting in place. So I think it's really important that the Commission criticises those NECPs very severely and says that's just not good enough. You're not realistic. You've got to face up to reality, and go back, listen to what the Parliament is saying, what the Council is saying over the Net Zero Act and the communication. But the final strategies, the final NECPs that come out next year have got to face up to the need to decarbonize industry and the fact that national governments must play a part in that. But just to finish off on this, it's not simply, of course, Brussels saying this.
Yeah.
They need some impetus from the industries in those countries telling the politicians locally that they must be doing that. And of course, we need some more bodies. I mean, how many? I don't know how many branches there are of NGOs across Western Europe, but in most countries, certainly in Western Europe, have got a pretty substantial NGO movement that have been pushing on climate change issues, pushing on renewables, not many pushing on CCS, hardly any pushing on CCS. Now, I know there's some initiatives being taken in Poland, for example. Isabella there, I know, is trying to get a group going to an industry coalition going to lobby. We could do with groups like that in every single member state to start raising awareness above the 6% level in the Czech Republic that we heard about this morning, and putting pressure on politicians to deliver, to recognise the reality and the need to embrace CCS if they wish to achieve the climate change goals that their national leaders are setting here in Brussels.
Wonderful. So definitely a case for national level coalitions within civil society, within industry, to just raise this issue onto the agenda of policymakers. When you were talking about the NECPs, I was also thinking that since we're looking towards cross-border CO2 transport and regional CCS projects, for example, it might also be an idea for, as countries drafting their NECPs, to also be aware of what neighboring countries are proposing to do in their NECPs, right? Because that way, if you're aware of, Hungary might not have such great storage potential, Romania might need to consider stepping up its game and offering CO2 storage. Parolov, did you want to comment on that issue specifically? Sorry.
Yes, if
Your microphone.
If I may, and if I put the microphone on, those two things, very, very important. No, first of all, we can see that there, that we can see the hubs are building up. We can see the connections, which is per definition regions and not countries. They are very often linked and interlinked. And we believe that it's crucial to put that group together with the authorities and the governments, may they be national or regional or whatever, in order to really talk about the problems and challenges and also enablers in order to get that going. So this is what we are, we believe, by the way, that what we are setting up in the zero emissions platform now, together with you all, will be the industrial partnership. We believe that this is it. So that is crucial. But the other thing is that, and just to highlight, what you are doing here is a great thing. It's a great project. So we need more of this. But we need to put people together that dare to talk together. And you mentioned it, maybe to neighboring countries, it's easier to talk across because they speak the same, they understand each other in a different way. So we can also see that. We see that in the government group, for example, we see some clusters and discussions, and we will try to do what we can, at least, to try to engage also that way. So I think it's really an important development.
Great, thank you. Bruno.
Yeah, what's not to like really about having more networks? In a same way that the Institute is trying to bridge regions or continents and bring information from A to B, the same thing can be done at the regional level here in Europe. Now, and in fact, we're doing that to some extent already. There is in the Baltics, you've got BASREX, which we are trying to help with information, contacts, etc. The one thing that those regional organizations are better at, or would be better at, if and Parolov referred to it as well, is that they know their local circumstances much better. And the one thing that I feel is not sufficiently played out in favor of CCS in Europe is that the extent to which it contributes to the just transition. So those regional groups can much better vocalize and define what CCS means in terms of preserving industry in Europe, in terms of preserving jobs and GDP in Europe and in these individual regions. And that's a strong argument in favor of those regional activities, I think, with the support of be it Brussels, be it us, be it Chris, it doesn't matter.
No, very good point on just transition. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, can I just pick up a sort of something that Bruno put into my head there? It's the potential disconnect between the decisions being taken in Brussels and by national governments and the reality when those when the same politicians have to return to their capitals and put in place the measures necessary to achieve the targets they've accepted over here. And you wonder to what extent there's going to be a lot of pushback from citizens. In Germany, for example, we see the pushback over domestic heating arrangements. Will there be a big pushback over electric cars when you're stopping talking about the expensive models and you start talking about the mass market? Energy efficiency measures maybe if there's a degree of compulsion. And what about changing our diet? I mean, how many people have given up meat so far as a result of, despite the urging of people saying we should be giving up meat? I gave up meat 30 years ago, so I'm feeling pretty good. But I just wonder to what extent that pushback will be there. And actually, CCS it doesn't involve the ordinary citizen. CCS involves industry, broadly speaking. And it's actually easier to pull a lever here in Brussels and get industry to deliver because you set the regulatory requirements. And so long as you put in place the financial arrangements to build a business case, that industry delivers by and large. So it's actually easier for governments to achieve the CO2 savings they have to achieve by pressing the CCS button than it is by asking millions of their citizens to change the way they live.
Sure, absolutely. I think here one thing to highlight, because we're talking about building momentum and acceptance, is that local communities are also an essential part of, especially if we need to look towards onshore storage. So as much as industry might be onboarded, you could say to a certain extent it has been, at least in Northwestern Europe. The issue of local acceptance is still pretty key. And we see that in Central Eastern Europe quite a lot. You might have a general acceptance at national level that we need CCS to deliver on climate targets, but then I'm going to store CO2 in your backyard, you might have a completely different reaction. So that's something that networks, what we've heard in the CCS Forum Working Group on Public Perception, is something where networks and consortia, especially project consortia, can really help with delivering a harmonized message around why do we need this, why do we need to do it here, and how is it benefiting you, coming not just from industry, but also from trusted, local politicians and so on.
Hands going up.
I do have hands going up. Wonderful. I'm not sure who was first. Yeah.
Hi, Cedric Demeus from Holcim. Though I agree with pretty much everything that's been said by my friends there on stage, there's one letter that's been desperately missing in this whole discussion, is the U. Because we will end up with CCS, but Europe is developing its capacity, injection capacity, and many of you and my colleagues are busy financing, permitting, developing projects today. And in some parts of Europe, maybe not. Eastern Europe, in some parts of Europe, you can't store geologically, whether onshore or offshore. So the usage of CO2 is an inevitable part of this transition. What's your view? Is there a place for you? How do we deal with this? Because the focus is really on storage, and as if we're going to go from not even capturing anything today to storing the whole thing straight away. There's a bit of emphasis that needs to be taken to this transition. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Who would like to go first? Karolov?
Thank you for the question. This question is always there. So we have to listen to it. But first of all, this is not about the U. This is about the CCS. This is about CDR, about CCU. It's about everything. We have to be. It's a huge question of trust. So we will have to be very. We have to move fast, but we also have to be trustful. We know that there's a lot of pushback, and we've just discussed there is people don't know about it, and there is quite a lot of skepticism. So we have to be clear. We have to be absolutely clear. We have to have methodologies, carbon accounting. We have to take into account the full life cycle, including end of life and so forth. And we have to communicate this. If we have a CDR project that is not a CDR project yet, but it will be in 15 years, we have to say that. So because otherwise someone else will say it and they will criticize us. So that is the first thing. I think that the CCU has been treated in the EU ETS, and that where you look at products, where permanence is always a difficult discussion here. And I think that they said 100-ish years, that's where they landed, and they said products, and then they pushed the fuels out of the picture in order to make this study until 2026. And as it stands, I believe that is the right decision at this moment. But we also have to take into account that we have to move on. We have to start working. We cannot wait to 2026. We have to do it now. More than half of the projects in Europe are not CCS projects. They are CCU projects. So we will have to, and we, the Zero Emissions Platform, are already looking into how we can support. We have been in contact with the taxonomy platform already a couple of years ago after the regulation was set, and the mitigation and the acts. So we have to start now. So really have to look into that, because there is a risk, of course, that they will retract the project. So we have to look into that now. We have to do it in parallel. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Cedric, I don't know if you were here this morning, but there was a presentation about capturing CO2 from cement works in Latvia and Lithuania. And I was really struck by the slide which showed a full life cycle analysis, which suggested that although you might achieve 92-93% capture rate, by the time you'd ship it off for storage by train, ship, and all the rest of it, and losses and things, you'd actually, I forget what the figure was it down, you'd actually only achieved a sort of 60% CO2 saving, was it, or something like that? Something of that nature. And therefore, that just, for the first time, that's made me start thinking, okay, CCS is not achieving 95%, which I would like it to achieve. It's achieving perhaps something less than that when you take in a full LCA. And therefore, how much, if use is achieving a, reducing emissions down to, it starts to become a matter of variables rather than an absolute difference, isn't it? Now, clearly it's clearly the reason why we have a net zero target is because we know we are going to require certain things which are going to be emitting CO2. And obviously, if we can find ways of emitting less CO2 by, for example, aviation fuel coming from other materials, then that's all to the good. There's going to be opportunities to use CO2. Just briefly, my organization, CCS Europe, we had these debates. It's new. We had the discussions. I recognize there were obvious synergies between CCS and CCU, because the capture plants are the biggest single cost element of a CCS or CCU program. And the more capture plants we have built, the more the technology will develop, the lower the costs will come. It benefits everyone. My organization said it wanted to put the emphasis on storage because there's already CO2 value here, which puts the emphasis on use. But there were obvious synergies and there's obvious overlaps. And as I say, I'm really struck by the fact that the overlaps are even greater than I realized before I came here this morning.
Thank you very much, Chris, and thank you for that question. We're a bit pressed for time, so I'd like to move on to the next question.
What's that?
Yes, I kind of want to come back to the idea. Oh, Ariane Giraneza, I work for Bellona. I'm climate policy manager regionally for the Netherlands, Belgium, and North Rhine-Westphalia. So I'm looking at from the developments that are happening there. And I kind of want to come back to the idea of having public pushback and public acceptance of CCS. Yes, as Chris Davies has said, making the industry produce less CO2 is easier than asking a lot from all your citizens. But I am seeing that industrial decarbonization and, let's say, pollution in the Netherlands, at least, is having a weird moment right now. Yes, companies and industrial decarbonization isn't something directly on top of mind of citizens, but issues like pollution, nature restoration, all of that are relevant. And what we're seeing on a European level, but also on a member states level, that industry is getting more support from governments, while nature preservation, pollution is being pushed in the background. And for me personally, I'm worried that since pollution and nature preservation is closer to the general public than industrial decarbonization, that there will be that the support base for CCS will lessen and lessen as we're choosing industry instead of nature. And the industry that we're talking about specifically in the Netherlands is industry that has also done a lot of pollution. So the public support base for giving more money to these companies so that they can decarbonize isn't that big. So I just want to know, like, what are your reactions to that? I know that Emmanuel Macron said that there should be a pause on European green laws in order to help industry. How do you think that that will interact with the public opinion that they already have on CCS and the development of the market further? Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody like to have a stab? Bruno?
Well, you're quite right. Belgian Prime Minister De Croo said similar thing, pausing environmental laws. Now, we're in the CCS, if you want, business. So the only thing I can think of to alleviate that, we're not going to suddenly raise the awareness of the entire population to say that CCS is as important or more important. But what we can do is what I hinted at earlier, is that the importance of preserving jobs and economy here in our regions. I think to some extent, politicians aren't necessarily aware of the support that could be there. They're hearing a lot of voices or some voices against CCS, but they're not necessarily hearing the silent, I won't say majority, but a silent major group of people who work in industry, in cement, in steel, in fertilizers, etc. And they don't want to lose their jobs, but I'm not hearing their voice. I'm not hearing their unions. I'm not hearing their people say, well, actually, CCS, if it keeps our businesses in business in Europe, then let's do CCS. So I think our task is to get that voice heard.
Thank you. I realize we're eating into people's lunch break right now, so I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap this up. So to do that, I would just like to ask each one of you, just very briefly, if there's one thing that you would want to submit to a national policymaker. Imagine I'm a policymaker from a Central Eastern European country. What's one thing you would tell me about CCS network stakeholder platforms that I should take away? Chris, in the deep end?
One thing I would ask of every member state government is tell us honestly how you will achieve net zero, how you will ensure that you have a competitive industry surviving, which is not emitting CO2 into the atmosphere without CCS. Tell us honestly, provide an answer. And if you haven't got an answer, then put in place the strategy and the financial support measures necessary to drive forward CCS deployment.
Thank you. Bruno?
What I said just now, there is a mandate. You have a population that wants jobs in industry. So work on that if you want to preserve them. And that's what you need to do with CCS.
Thank you. Carolo?
Thank you very much. I would like to turn what Chris has said and say the opposite. And you have a huge possibility now. We have the big packages with Net Zero Industry Act and the strategy coming up. And we have the national plans for energy and climate. Use that. And really highlight how you are going to get to net zero, including and push regarding the CCS. Thank you, and CCU.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And so thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the audience for your questions and your attention. I think it's now time for lunch. So thanks, everyone.
Yes, indeed. So we can break for lunch. It will be served the same room as the coffee break. So please make sure to be back here at 1:30, as we'll have one more panel session and 3 project presentations. Thank you. See you in a bit.
Let's go to this back room. My suitcase is there, but the control is has no handle. Ah, okay. Do you know how to get that? I have no idea, but I will get the people.
I hope everyone had a good lunch break, and we will now hear from the next project. So this will be presented by Sandra Malowicz-Vladic from Holcim Hrvatska, the Croatian branch of Holcim. Sandra will present the Codeco Net Zero project. So yeah, I think we have the slides ready in a bit. Okay, Sandra, I think we're almost there. You can sit or you can stay here at the lectern.
Let's be flexible.
Yeah, okay, I'll leave you the mic.
Great, thank you. That's it. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and thanks for inviting me here to this event. I'm very happy to talk about our project. There is a lot of initiatives nowadays ongoing in our region, so I'm very, very happy that it is some positive momentum on the subject. I would like to talk to you today about our carbon capture and storage project, Koromačno Decarbonization Ecology, Codeco. So this is the title that we are using for all our 3 major decarbonization projects. I will tell you more about it a bit later. But I'm proud to say that the name was chosen within our team at the Koromačno cement plant. From my perspective, it means a lot because it just proves how all we are connected to this big project. Okay. Now, before starting to talk more into details about the carbon capture and storage, I think it is important to know our context. Just to know that we are the first in Croatia that started decarbonization in 1997. And we are the first cement producers in Croatia that start production of CEM1, which you know that it is carbon most intensive product. All these years, Holcim has financed all its projects by himself. Only for one project for low carbon cement production, we got Innovation Norway grants. And our approach is scientific. Holcim was among the first companies worldwide to have the 2030 and 2050 CO2 reduction targets validated by Science Based Targets Initiative. And SBTi verified our goals, which are aligned with 0.5 degrees. At the end, we are confident that actually our small size is our advantage to become one of the first climate neutral cement plants in Europe. Our cement factory was built in 1926. So there was the first cement plant. And after that, a couple of years later, around 1930s, there was a small village built around the cement plant for the people who worked over there. And as I mentioned earlier, we have quite extensive work on the decarbonization. So from 1997, we managed to reduce CO2 footprint for 35%. Nowadays, what we have ongoing at the moment at our Koromačno cement plant, it is what we are calling phase 1 of Codeco, project for precalciner with the target to phase out the fossil fuels. So to minimize use of fossil fuels to 5% of the energy needs. At the same time, in our pipeline, we have a project that is called Codeco Solar for development of solar power plants. And long story short, basically the carbon capture and storage project is the final step in our decarbonization roadmap. So it will deal with capturing and storing carbon capture for the CO2 emissions caused by the process. So the colleagues from the industry knows that the 60% of processes comes from the limestone. This is what we took care of. And now we are focusing on the leftover of the rest of the 40%. I'm not sure. I hope that somebody of you had a chance to visit Croatia.
to visit our Istria country. For the ones who didn't, you should come. But for the ones who did, and especially Istria region, where our cement plant is located, maybe first thing that will drop on your mind is sea, beautiful climate, excellent wine, which everything is true. But at the same time, almost 100 years, we are producing cement. So this connection with our local community and with the tourism is very important for us. So it is crucial to be transparent in what we are doing in our cement plant and to share it with everybody. And at the same time, respect the tourism aspect, which is an important part of our economy in Croatia. Okay, so now about our Codeco Net Zero project, a bit more technical details, not so deep into technicalities. We divided the concept of our project in two main blocks. Block 1 is everything that is ongoing at Koromačno cement plant, and block 2 focused on the rest of the logistics, so transportation and storage. Coming back to block 1, to the activities in Koromačno, before carbon capture equipment itself, we will do some small modification of the cement plant. Now, during the feasibility studies that we've done so far, we evaluated a couple of capturing options. And at the end, we decided that adsorption end-of-pipe solution is the most suitable for Koromačno cement plant. And this is the one that we chosen and most economical one. Next to carbon capture equipment, we will have a small plant for wastewater treatment. And we will also have intermediate storage at our cement plant for preparing liquefied CO2 to be loaded on the vessels. We have a luck, and it is convenient thing that we are located at the sea. So Koromačno cement plant has direct access. We have our own port. And this is, yeah, of course, reducing not only logistical supply chain, but contributes a lot to the water supply. So when you have the upgrade of your plant with the carbon capture equipment, you have high demand on the water. So when you have seawater to use this, you are also minimizing some risks with that respect. Not only water is what is required, the big demand on the energy supply is something that dedicated focus needs to be put on. And for this project, we are happy to say that almost 90% of the green energy is something that we are estimating for it. To make this project happen so far, yeah, it is basically, I must say that it is a result of synergy with experienced company that are on the market. So we had dedicated partnership for the carbon capture, partnership for wastewater, for marine transportation, and for the storage. We have partnership from developing of PPAs for the green energy supply and electrical grid extension. And various names of the stakeholders who are already included in the project. Something small about the funding. Of course, we have on mind to fund this project from the public possibilities. I am thinking about EU Innovation Fund and Just Transition Fund. And the rest of the funding will be supported by our holding group. So it is a nice thing to know that our project, Codeco Net Zero, is ranking high on the group level because we have clear strategy on our decarbonization goals. And in brief, time frame should look like this. So what we did so far, we prepared the project for EU Innovation Fund. We applied in March this year. After that, 2 years are estimated to perform FEEDs, basic engineering, environmental impact assessment, and so on, everything basically that is required for financial closure, which is then estimated in 2025. 3 years after that to do construction works, site preparations, EPC execution, contract monitoring for transportation and storage, commissioning, everything with the target to become operative in third quarter of 2028. You will see me also a bit later afternoon. We will have panel discussion on the subject for Just Transition. But I thought it was important also to mention it in the project presentation that only 2 counties in Croatia are part of Just Transition and included in Croatia Integrated Territorial Program. So it is Sisačko-Moslavačka County and our Istria region where our Koromačno cement plant is located. Now, Holcim is part of community development since many years. And as I mentioned, we started our decarbonization plans in 1997 and changed our practices to enable development of tourism around our plant. We are proud that we are now part of Integral Territorial Plan, and in development of our Codeco Net Zero project, we have engaged with our entire community and construction value chain, especially with the unions, faculties, and regional development agency to create a motivating, successful upskilling and reskilling program needed for the just transition. So in my view, I think this is also a step towards transforming our Istria into net zero touristic destination. And a lot of things were already mentioned today. We are not part of the North European countries which have developed their transportation and storage solution. But of course, Mediterranean countries and our region is also targeting to do the same. So not only because we are neighboring to non-European countries, but because this is the direction that we should take. And with our project, we are supporting creation of first offshore geological storage in the Mediterranean Sea. There is much more to say about this project, so I tried to limit it on the basics and open to any questions if you have.
So any questions from the audience? I don't see anything from online. Bruno.
Well done. It's exciting news to have that project in Croatia. You think you'll be operational before your Italian neighbors? Yes.
No, the time frame is quite similar and matching. We will have most probably couple of months differences, but of course they need to be first and everything needs to be in place before, because we are not only emitter that they are having in mind, so the time frame is very much fine-tuned. We have a couple of options. So you are now mentioning one. We have also one risk mitigation measure to that location. So there is a different distance in terms of where exact location of reservoir is, but both our storage options are already in some good level of maturity. So yeah, unfortunately, I cannot tell the names. At this moment of time, we have some confidentiality agreements, but I think the development is going good. And I think it is also nice to say, or should be said, that this kind of developments, especially on the storage part, they need to be encouraged also from the government level. They are not considering only one country. For example, now in Croatia, we are one emitter who are considering them. But if we are going offshore to another countries, it needs to be fine-tuned on government level, on EU level. There is London Protocol. So a lot of things should be supported on this one.
Jonas Hels at Bellona. Just a quick question. I mean, this project, congratulations on the developments. Do you have any interest from the press and or the local communities in the region about the project? Do you see a lot of this being picked up in conversations?
As mentioned earlier, our engagement with the local community is very important. So we, not only for this project, we are transparent with them for any kind of subject because it is important for us, their feedback. They are introduced to this one. But promotion on the project on another levels, on the press conference, we are taking it one step at a time. So first, let's have our foot on the ground, be realistic, secure fundings. I think, of course, promotion is very much important for these huge projects because they are big. But I think we need to be realistic, not to put, pump in the media. Let's take it one step at a time. Later on, promotion is the easiest cherry on top of the cake.
There is a question from the online audience, and the question is about the capture technology. Which capture technology do you think is most suitable for your process?
It is adsorption, end of pipe. So we are focusing to capture the gases at the top of the preheater.
Okay, fair enough. We'll hear more from Sandra. She will be on the next panel. So Sandra, please take a seat at the table here. And I'd like to invite Michal Hruby, who will be moderating the next panel. Michal, formerly with Europeum, which is a Czech think tank, working, among other things, on European policy topics. But currently, Michal is an economist at the International Sustainable Finance Center. He specializes in heavy industry and automotive sectors, having started his career as a research fellow for European think tanks. His primary responsibilities were research and advisory work on carbon capture and storage, the natural gas market, and e-mobility. And Michal has been leading the research as a Czech project expert for our CCS4CEE project since 2021. And currently he holds the non-resident Rethink CE Fellowship under the German Marshall Fund of the United States, with a project focused on industrial policy in Central and Eastern Europe. And Michal also holds a master's degree in economics from Škoda Auto University. So on the panel, we have Sandra, who has just presented the Codeco project. And the project, as we now know, will benefit from the support of the Just Transition Fund. Also happy to welcome online Inga Vismantiene.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Inga. Inga is the deputy mayor at Akmene District Municipality, and she's responsible for coordinating the municipality activities in the areas of social and health protection, strategic planning and budget formation, tourism, construction, law, investment, project implementation, business development, integration of foreigners, communication, international cooperation, and sustainable development. So quite a lot on your plate, I think. She's a member of the Regional Circular Economy Working Group, responsible for developing guidelines and instruments for sustainable regional policy and investments, as well as a first circle member of the Just Transition Platform Working Group on Cement, which is where we know each other from with Inga. And she's a political science, she has a degree in political science from the University of Vilnius and logistics with green and sustainable supply chain management at Heriot-Watt University. And then last but not least, we have also Geir Seljeset, who is currently serving as the head of the policy department. Please, Geir, join us here. Is the head of the policy department in the Norwegian trade union Industry Energy. Prior to his current role, he was the head of the Europe office at Industry Energy. Before joining Industry Energy, Geir served as the regional director at the Arctic Norwegian Oil and Gas Association and as the Moscow correspondent for Aftenposten, a prominent Norwegian newspaper. And prior to his assignment in Moscow, Geir worked as a political journalist for a Norwegian newspaper, Nordlys. So we have the trade union, a cement producer, and a local municipality, and Michal to moderate the panel. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll just double check that we can also hear each other online.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, for sure. Great. Okay, so actually, something that was already mentioned today during the discussions, and that's what we can actually deliver, is to talk to trade unions, talk to local communities, and also talk to some international company who is actually on the run for, you know, not only financial but also non-financial disclosures, ESG reporting, and other things. So there have been many bits throughout the discussions, as mentioned by Chris Bolesta, that actually the public support and public awareness on CCS is actually a key for the deployment. And we've seen throughout the many years already many different pushbacks across Poland, Romania, and other countries when it comes to CCS projects. So we actually have to really consider a lot this public support. And Chris Davies mentioned that although we seen let's say the first final investment decision last week on a CCS project here in the EU, we can actually foresee that the space will really be scaled up in the upcoming years, hopefully. So we have to actually count on also the pushback, maybe somewhere scaling up. So that's why we're here today to actually discuss these different things. And I would like to firstly turn to Inga and actually maybe let her also describe a bit more about her work when it comes to the regional perspective on the work on industries, on different infrastructural projects, and how it's actually this work implemented when you are really on a daily contact with the community as you are representing the Akmenek community. Please, floor is yours.
Hello, so thank you for having me in this event. Sorry that I couldn't participate in person. So I would like a little bit to give you a context, but Akmenė district municipality is one of 60 municipalities in Lithuania, and it lies in the northwest of the country, and as well has a border with Latvia in the north. So we have a population with more than 20,000 inhabitants. And if to talk about our municipalities' environmental and climate strategy, I would like to emphasize that it having started only with the Green Deal and the transition mechanism. I want to say that Akmenė municipality were always among the first municipalities in Lithuania, and for example, we were one of the first ones to adopt the special territorial plans for wind farm developments. And for now, we already have few developers who have wind farms with a total capacity of nearly 500 megawatts. So to point out, probably I should say that the major changes in all the industrial and infrastructural spheres started since the Covenant of Mayors was signed in our municipality. It's around 2009. Since then, we implemented quite a lot of changes. As example, nearly 90% of our central heating plants now use biomass. We changed our street lightings to LED lamps, which resulted in 4 times less energy consumption. We implement heating controls in all the public buildings, as well as in most of the apartments. What else? We are renovating quite a lot of houses, and as well as all the public administration buildings. We count that this, in the end of 2023, we will have nearly 95% of renovated buildings, and this means that we can save a lot of energy already. So as the next steps, what we are doing now, we are preparing our environmental monitoring program of the municipality. And to understand the context better, that Lithuania had the aim to reach the emission reduction in several sectors for different percentage. But for example, as our region has a cement plant, the aim is to reduce 13% of emissions in industry. And this means in Lithuania, we have like 3 major facilities which are responsible for this around 55% out of this 13% total industrial emissions. And Akmenė is one of those districts. So we have a plant, Akmenė Cementas, and this one is responsible for almost all our regional industrial emissions, emitting around 0.85 megatons of CO2 annually. So talking about the Akmenė Cementas, this is the only cement factory in Lithuania and the largest one in Baltic states. So they count that company produces more than 1.2 million tons of cement yearly, and nearly 40% of that cement is exported. The plant was opened in 1952, and in 2014 it was modernized. Since then, they are using so-called dry technology, and this means they reduced a lot of water consumption as well as cut it out the coal consumption. Nearly 30–40%, but they promise now that in the near future they will cut out up to 50% of the coal usage. And the biggest change started now when in 2021 Schwenk company bought nearly 97% of all the shares of Akmenė Cement. So now the company emphasizes that there might be 2 ways how they will shift the transition. They note that with their partners they have a consortium which will make their own research and develop, will find to investigate the practical applicability of oxy-fuel technology in the cement manufacturing process. Either they are also suggesting now the second option, which is they will buy now a study which should answer if the CCS or CCU technology is the most suitable for this plant. And the best thing, I think so, in this option is that this study now is not only for Lithuanian plant, but they also involve Latvian plant, and now also involve they have agreement with Latvian and Lithuanian government. This means that private and public stakeholders are involved in the transition and in everything as well. I think so. This is quite a big improvement, that transition is not only on the papers, and it started to move somewhere. So that's from me for the beginning.
Thank you, Inga, very much. And we will surely get to the actual CCS plants and actually to also the connection between Klaipėda and Akmenė a bit later in the discussion. So thank you for now. And I would like to turn back to Sandra and actually ask, because Holcim is also active in Czech Republic. And actually, when we see, for example, how cement or even lime plants operate, usually they are pretty dispersed. Sometimes it also happens that they're actually not even close to any big communities when it comes to, for example, Czech Republic or some other countries. So I would just like to ask about this experience, maybe not only from Croatia, but maybe also globally as on behalf of Holcim company. What is so far the best experience when it comes to really talking to communities, talking to local municipalities? And do you have some example of what is really successful so far when it comes to this communication?
I would like to start from Koromachno point of view, because this is closest one to me. I think with this in respect, it is important transparency to explain it clearly what you're doing and what are the potential impacts that you are estimating and what are you trying to do in order to mitigate them. And this is my personal opinion, but I suppose in applying this rule to all other locations as well, I think it is then the straightforward thing. I think it is important to be transparent. I think it is really much important to engage them properly. And I think this is the only thing that will help you, your project, that you get the support. We are now talking about the local community, but later on it will also spread the word all around. So you will get only the positive effect from it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we now move to Ger to actually ask about what is the perspective of labor unions when it comes to, let's say, maybe not only CCS now directly, but maybe in general to the perception of how heavy industry is now being transformed. Also, we've heard today a lot of discussion about the Net Zero Industry Act and the development in the EU. So what is actually now the perspective maybe from Norway? So how actually labor and trade unions actually see this big transformation, and what impacts do you actually foresee to happen?
Well, I represent our union is half offshore oil and gas workers and half process industry, heavy industry onshore. So we have this challenges on a lot of different areas at the same time. And we know that we have to do something, but in the basis of this, you have to make sure that no one is left behind. You can't just change the story when it's suitable because you want to do something else. You have to make sure that people, because we build societies, we don't just build workplaces, we build societies, and the societies can't be empty just to have a new idea to do something else. So we do a lot of things at the same time. We know that some of the oil and gas industry is run by electricity from shore now because we're going to cut CO2 emissions offshore. We have the first, our members work on the first cement plant in Norway, in Heidelberg, cement plant that's going to be CO2 free first in the world. And we have our people working in the plant in northern Norway where they use algae to eat CO2 and use the algae to feed the salmon. All sell to Europe afterwards. So we have all those circles going at the same time, and we have a big project on storage outside Norway in empty oil and gas reservoirs. And I think this is a complex story. If it had been so easy that you have one solution for everything, you don't have one solution. What the Green Deal was just transition tells us every time is that we have to do a lot of things at the same time. And this is complicated because we are surrounded by politicians that are looking all the time for that one silver bullet that's going to change all and fix all. It doesn't do that anymore. Thanks.
Thank you. And actually, we will also touch upon the topic of actually what is the difference, between different offshore and onshore projects. So in this in mind, I would like to come back to Inga, because we've heard already today about the plan for actually connecting Klaipėda and Akmenė for a CCS project, and then CO2 transportation offshore. So my question is actually, what is now the stance of the municipality towards this project of building, maybe in the future quite a large infrastructural CO2 transport, and what is actually now the, let's say, development when it comes to planning and the communication between the private sector and the regional government?
So talking of the collaboration, socioeconomic importance is very hugely important at the municipality level, but also we cannot influence much. You know, we are trying to think of the scenarios, and we are trying to make to have a pillow under their butt, because we understand that at the moment we count that there is about 12% of the directly related jobs in Akmenės Cementas, with going another 32 indirect jobs. So it's very important for us, but it's also important to prepare like upskilling, reskilling, and to think, we have to think broader, like we have to understand that we have a community with only 20,000 people, which counts as well, and kids and older people, and we have to become the attractive region. This means we have to invest a lot in our infrastructure to make comfortable houses for young families, to make infrastructure for transport. So we thinking about a lot of things, but the biggest issue is that we cannot, only municipality has no right or has even has no funding for that to do, to make all these changes. This has to be like a higher level decisions that we need to do this, and this has to be a broader perspective, not only regional, even not regional, and maybe it has to be an European vision, how it has to be. If everything will change, I mean, if this is thought of the new industry, new era, so everything slowly has to change, and there is no such thing. I agree that there is no silver bullet which will solve. It isn't anymore like one solution cannot solve all the situation, because, and you see a lot of industries are connected, and a lot of factories will be connected, and a lot of stakeholders as well. And how to make it work for everyone, this is the question. But how to answer it, probably we have to go to further discussions and to find, to hear the suggestions, then to see if it's possible to implement. Because at the moment, what we hear from the cement factory, that they do not have the answer which way they will choose. Either this will be CCS or CCU. It also depends. So when they will have the answer, we have to think as well. We are now thinking about the options, what we will have to do with those people, to reskill, upskill, to create another, I don't know, areas where they will be able to build up their businesses. So this is what we are trying to do slowly. This is why we are like now recuperating some areas and preparing for SMEs. Maybe they will implement some sustainable business. We are trying as well and doing, but we don't know the answer, which is correct way.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning this changing environment for actually people working in the industry, and also all the other stakeholders connected to different businesses. But what is just interesting is that you mentioned that you actually don't have much power when it comes to all these decisions that are happening, of course, on the level of different industrial transformations. But on the other hand, we also heard from the previous discussions that at the end of the day, it will be, of course, not only the EU policy, but it will be mostly the national governments to decide. So actually, what is the role of the communication between you and the national government then? How is it, for example, in case of yours, when it comes to communicating with the national government?
So we are communicated even in this first, let's say, phase of transition. We were trying to communicate, but still the national government has their own vision and their own path they would like us to go. So we do not have much power. They say that at the moment they think that the right way is to go for reskilling, upskilling people, and for cultivating and making these new areas for SMEs. And this is the way we are going now, because we do not have any other means to do something else. So this is what we have to follow. We are following the national guideline to get the funding and to do what we can do at the moment. If we would be able to influence that, maybe it would change. But at the moment, even we do not know if there is a need to change something, because we do not have an answer from, let's say, from our main industrial actor in our region, because they do not know the answer yet as well. For example, in the whole, as Sandra, for example, yes, presented, they are started to do the process, but we haven't yet. It's only in under the study. They are still deciding, looking, counting. They do not know the answer as well, which way they will shift. So it's quite risky for us as well to make some steps in advance. If, for example, we will start doing, I don't know, for infrastructure, making some pipes, let's say, yes, and then they will finally say, no, this won't be like CCU. We will use another technology, or we will close the factory. And it might happen because we do not have any promises, and no one would promise that probably.
Thank you. And we have also Gerd to maybe follow up on this.
Yeah, what we do know from the Nordic countries is that the tripartite cooperation is the basis of taking on challenges to do what you need to do in great times of changes or transitions, that it's the tripartite cooperations between the government, the businesses, and the trade unions in different levels that will make us able to make the next step, to take the next technological leap, to make the next solution somewhere there. And as a Scandinavian trade union, we are not ever scared of new technologies that's going to solve something. We are scared of old technologies. We have people working offshore and in smelters around. That's old technologies that's going to kill our members or take them out of the equation. So new technology will always give us a new reason to go further on. And it's based on the tripartite cooperation. Everyone should be heard, or else you can't find your way or your path ahead. Because if you lose some of them out, you lose them totally, and then you have a shift that isn't serving anyone.
Yeah, we heard from one of the previous discussions from Bruno, actually, that maybe sometimes the voice of trade unions is not heard much, let's say, across different countries. So if you compare it to,
I think when you talk to businesses in Norway, they don't agree with that talk.
And that's what I wanted to ask, actually, compared to, let's say, other European countries, like how strong, what's the position, for example, of the Norwegian trade union like yours? Because how strong then your voice can be compared to maybe some other countries? Because I think that comparing it back to some CE countries, it might be that in, for example, case of Czech Republic, such trade unions, of course, they have the power, but they don't have much of capacity to actually also build this knowledge in all these new technologies. So then they probably cannot have much strong voice as they don't really understand all the new, development, so to say.
And it differs a lot in Europe. Of course it does, because the countries and the history are totally different. And if you go to Eastern Europe, you have a history that's not so good when it comes to trade unions. And because they were a part of the old system. And in the Nordic countries, it has always been an integrated part of running the society. So they have, or we have, a lot of power when it comes to running the nation. And it is important for us to not focus only on the 10% of the time when we disagree on salary, because we do that every second year. Someone goes on strike, also at our place. But on the rest of the time, we try to cooperate on what is the path forward. Where are we going together as trade union, as employers, as governments, together to find a position. And as a country on half distance with the EU, we're not inside, but we're not totally outside either. So we're in a strange place. But still, we are depending on to try to find a common voice or a common way of taking on big challenges. But you will find the same in Sweden, you will find the same in Denmark. The system is quite similar. So
yeah, thank you for this explanation. And maybe with that, I would come back to Sandra and ask, actually, we've heard about the voices about need for upskilling, reskilling in the businesses. And so actually, what is your take on this issue? For example, how fast now you can proceed with different projects? Maybe are you limited somehow also with the way how you can educate people, get new people into the business because of the development of different technologies? Because we, like in sustainable finance, they're like, yeah, people speak a lot about stranded assets. Maybe now we will hear more about stranded people, actually. So what is this development in your business?
Yeah, this is an interesting question, and we also put some thought about it when we prepared the project for the EU innovation funding. This process will take time for sure. So upskilling and reskilling is very much important, because this is a completely almost new area for people and the new people to come to the plant to work on this kind of technology. So it is important to develop who will do it, when, how, university, knowledge centers. So it is quite a big range of possibilities, but it is important to react as soon as possible in order to wrap it up and to, keep the wheel rolling at the time, because at the time when you will need these people, it will be already too late. So it is important to plan it properly very much in advance. So if you ask me what are now the current actions, there are a lot of possibilities. Actions are very small, but I also heard today that universities from the Netherlands are also interested to expand their program on knowledge for the carbon capture and storage, which is very much positive, because this is where you need to put the seed from the start. So a lot of things to be done, but needs to be planned very much in advance.
Yeah, I guess during the CCS4CEE project, we also actually came to this issue that there is many universities across not only CEE, but of course the whole EU and Norway, many different research teams with great knowledge, usually still maybe not enough funding at the very end to maybe somehow spread also the knowledge and maybe scale up the knowledge in some perspectives. But I would still keep the discussion with you, Sandra, now, because in your presentation, you mentioned that when it comes to, let's say, some general framework of your, science-based targets and your involvement with the SBTi initiative, you as a company, and of course, not only you, but a lot of different heavy industry companies will be obliged to, of course, publish not only financial, but also non-financial disclosures. So coming back to ESG, and today we've mainly focused on the E, and now the time for S and G also. So maybe outside the debate so far, maybe coming back to some broader, let's say, element of this S. What do you, for example, in Holcim focus on the most? We've talked about now reskilling, upskilling of people, and before we've talked about the, let's say, social dialogue with communities. Is there something else that the heavy industry companies now do, and what is, let's say, this measure trend in this S debate?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of aspects, but at the moment, what we are focusing the most is in line with the PET that we already have. So everything is related to decarbonization plans, and especially, and it is very much particular for this CCS cloud. It is the fact applicable for Koromachno is that all projects so far we managed to finance by ourselves. And now it is the time when we need to have engagement of other stakeholders, partners, government level, to make the story of the CCS workable, because we cannot do it only in our bubble by ourselves. So it is very broad picture. It depends on various aspects. And this is the particular situation which we are now in, but we are putting a lot of focus to make it work. And the other aspect that I would like to mention is related to storage part. I already mentioned it earlier. It is very much important to get variety of solutions, not to create monopole and to limit emitters to couple of storage solutions, when this story should have much broader picture and much broader options.
Yeah, thank you for this. Maybe coming back to the, let's say, division between onshore, offshore projects, I would like to turn back to Inga and actually ask one last question about this new infrastructure projects and the development in the different municipalities, because when we are about to plan and hopefully also deploy different CO2 transport routes, maybe not only pipelines, also in the first years, a lot of train transportation, as you heard today. Are there actually any good, like, let's say, blueprints in the case of your community and your municipality when it comes to these big infrastructural projects, and the solution, how to communicate it with the communities?
So at the moment, in our case, it is like more like theoretical thing, and people think that it won't happen in the near future, to be precise. But we have all the capacity because we are well situated. So the ports are not far, like Latvian port is not far away, Klaipėda is not far away. We have a railway connection. So everything can be done and might be done if there is an actual need. But we, as I said, the most important thing is that we are not sure which way our like industrial plant will go. So I think so. Every region, every country, and even in the country, every plant is different. So for us, workers, people, like, let's say, they do not understand that this is happening really in reality. They do not feel that. They, of course, they see, for example, at the moment that we have wind farms which are now being constructed around, but they do not understand that there might be new technology in the cement factory be implemented. Everyone thinks that it's not for them, it's for next generation. Let's say what people working in the cement factory say today. The rest, they do not know how to prepare. We still do not know how to prepare, how to reskill, upskill, and who will do that. We are, of course, we are talking with the universities, but everyone is asking, you have to advise us what you will need, because they have to prepare programs as well. It won't happen overnight. As Sandra mentioned, we need to act quick, but we need to know as well how to act, you know. I will emphasize saying, probably everyone has to sit at one table and talk more about the future, to model it, to not to blame each other that one did maybe it fast enough, another one is late, but we have to agree, because everything should work, and to make it work we need an agreement, and that's my opinion.
Thank you. And with this, I would like to also turn to the audience, because we wanted to have this discussion, and you also raised this issue that maybe we don't have usually that much time to speak with people from communities or trade unions. So now is the time. And actually, we have here 3 distinguished guests. So please, if you have any questions, just raise your hand and we can just continue in this debate with your questions.
Actually, well, if I may, I asked this morning a question about the political support for CCS and the fact that those who are prepared more generally to speak out in the European Parliament are from the EPP group. Now, I know the European Federation of Trade Unions has supported CCS for a long time in principle, but is it likely that we're going to get more support from the left of centre parties in future?
Trying to be a political analyst on the European Parliament level is difficult, but I think so, yes, because there's been a shift. When I moved down here in 2019, it was 2 persons in the European Parliament that even wanted to speak about CCS. Today, that basket of people is a lot bigger. And because frankly, there is no solutions without CCS. It's not possible. You need hydrogen in vast amounts. You can't, in a situation in Europe where you have scarcity of electricity, use it to produce green hydrogen. It's frankly stupid to do in huge amounts. You should use CCS and natural gas. You need the CCS to get to the goals in 2030. There's no option. And that is slowly getting there. And I see the shift in Germany. Germany and Norway has a lot of energy talks and made a new deal in January for the first time with CCS as a basis of the agreement, where we are starting to talk about pipelines of captured CO2 back to Norway and storage in the North Sea. So yes, there is a shift coming, but it takes time. And it's not the most innovative part of the world to go into the European Parliament every time.
Just again, rather like the follow up this morning, why do you think there has been a reluctance on behalf of the left of centre to embrace CCS?
Okay, because one part I think it's very basis, because I think a lot of people in Europe has been scared of the idea of storing a lot of CO2 under their houses. And that is a human thought. The other part I also think is that too long there's been a focus on the origin of the energy instead of the emissions. If the focus is on the emissions, you don't care whether you use natural gas or whatever you use. You focus on the emissions. What is going out of climate gases that is going to ruin the globe? And if that is the goal, to reduce the emissions, then you can't use your time to fight the origin of the energy. Use your time to fight the emissions. Thanks.
Hi, question for maybe Michal and Sandra. So, NIMBY's just been mentioned, and but the difference in Western Europe and Eastern Europe, if anything, is population density and to some extent GDP. How does the population? And there's differences in every country, I know that, but any impressions of what the options are for onshore storage in Eastern Europe, what populations think, feel, want, or could help convince them that it's okay?
From our perspective and for our project particularly, we are basing our solution for the offshore storage. And for the onshore storage, I think you will hear a bit later on, we have a presentation from another Croatian company who worked on the CCS. So I suppose they have some insights to be shared for the onshore storage.
I can maybe just quickly add that in case of Czech Republic, there is, of course, very long history of natural gas transportation, and local oil and gas company, which is now developing one of the future pilot storage projects, is actually operating in the same area as they always operated. So far, there has been not any pushback against it, but that might be still also due to just lack of just basic knowledge about what would happen if such project would exist. So maybe it's still too early, but we will definitely hear more of such debates in the upcoming months and years.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think we need to close this discussion at this point to let the last three speakers to present. So many thanks. Please, a round of applause for the panel. Thank you, Inga, for joining us online, and Sandra, Geir, Michal, many thanks. So I'm really excited to welcome Petya Georgieva from Devnya Cement of the famous UNRWA project. Petya is an environmental manager at Devnya Cement, the Bulgarian branch of the Heidelberg Materials Group. And she will present on the UNRWA project, beneficiary of the Innovation Fund. Petya joined the Devnya Cement company in early 2022. And after spending nearly 10 years in the UK engineering industry as an environmental consultant, she's chartered environmentalist with extensive knowledge and experience in delivering major infrastructure projects, particularly in relation to permitting. And her areas of expertise include environmental impact assessments, SEA, which is strategic environmental assessments, environmental design, and environmental policy. Currently, she is responsible for the permitting strategy of the UNRWA project, which will be the first CCUS project or full chain CCS project in Eastern Europe. Very excited to hear more about the project. Go ahead. I think you can use this.
I don't know if here. I can see. I don't mind. I don't mind. I'll stand. I think it's probably better. Okay, thank you. That was amazing. It's been a great day so far, and I do apologize that I will probably mention some of the things that have been mentioned today. But I think it's been a great day, and I don't really think it's a problem to mention again and again the challenges, because I think when we sort of like see that we're all in the same boat and there are challenges everywhere, it kind of it does make it easier, I think, for people to say, okay, I can probably do that because other people are trying to do it as well. So I'm today, in the next, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the project background, a little bit about the current status of the project, and a little bit about the challenges and maybe some solutions. I don't know, we'll see. So first, to set the scene. All right, let me see if I can make this work. Yeah, to set the scene, a few words about Devnya Cement. It's been operational for more than 60 years, and it's the largest producer of clinker and cement in Bulgaria. The annual production of clinker is just under 1 million tons for the last few years, and the annual CO2 emissions, they vary, but for the last, I don't know, few years, something between 700 and 750,000 tons. The Devnya Cement plant has been part of Heidelberg Materials Group for a few years now. And Heidelberg Materials as a business, I'm sure that a lot of businesses have already realized that, but as a business is committed to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. And there's been a lot of talking like this morning. I've been listening about the way the cement industry has realized that, it doesn't matter what your substitution rate is for alternative fuels or how many energy efficiency measures you implement, you won't be able to reach carbon neutrality without CCS. So, and that is to do with the process emissions and the fact that, 60% of the emissions come from something that is just going to continue to be there. So, Heidelberg Materials as a group is committed to invest in carbon capture technologies and invest in projects throughout the world. So Devnya Cement for UNRWA is responsible for the carbon capture bit, but also is coordinating the overall project. And I'll tell you a little bit about that later. And then a strategic partner of Devnya Cement is Petroceltic, which is an oil and gas company with experience in offshore gas extraction. They already have a concession for the offshore area that you see there, concession rights. And there's also an existing pipeline that comes from this depleted gas field here. This is Devnya Cement. So the intention is to use this pipeline if possible, and then only connect, have a connection pipeline here. Petroceltic are responsible for the transportation and storage part of the project. The anticipated capacity, there's been a lot of talk about capacity today as well. That is really important. The anticipated capacity of that storage of the depleted gas field is about 10 megatons at the moment. That's what's anticipated, but I think there's more work to be done further, like, information to be gathered to confirm that. And I think, yeah, that's overall the project background of UNRWA. So what is UNRWA? The project consists of 3 phases, and phase 1 is to capture the CO2 emissions from Devnya Cement, from the cement plant, then compress these emissions and transport them via pipeline. The onshore pipeline distance is approximately 33 kilometers. Offshore is about 22 kilometers. It's not a massive distance between the plant and the gas platform. In terms of modifications that are required at the plant, there will need to be modifications of the existing kiln and the existing equipment there. And the technology that is going to be used is a combination between amine and oxyfuel. The combination, I'm told, between these 2 technologies aims to have a really high efficiency level in terms of capturing emissions. So up to 99%, it is expected to be able to capture the emissions from the plant. The storage will be at around 1,000 meters depth. And one thing that somebody else mentioned this morning, because I think they're doing the same thing at their plants, is that there is a pilot project that is underway, that smaller scale demonstration project that is going to test this technology, and the information from the test will feed into the design for the carbon capture facility for UNRWA. So this is an overview of the timeline here. And once it enters operation, the operational phase is 10 years. The expectation is to capture approximately 800,000 emissions a year. So that phase 1 pretty much will probably use the capacity or nearly reach the capacity of the depleted gas storage. But there are phases 2 and 3. And phase 2, ultimately phases 2 and 3 will look at developing the potential to store emissions deeper in the deep saline aquifer. So phase 1, we'll be looking at around 1,200 meters. depth, and then we're going even deeper in phase 3 at 1600 meters depth. Now that will allow for other emitters to be able to use the storage, you know, and to be able to store their emissions again offshore. So in phase 2, I think it's we're talking about, like, you know, the region around Devnya, and it's primarily, like, you know, emitters that are going to be from the Bulgarian industries. But in phase 3, there is the potential to have even some of the neighboring countries be able to store there, because I think the ultimate goal is to reach about storing rate around 5 megatons a year. And I'm just going to quickly mention something about utilization as well, because there is the intention is there to look for any utilization opportunities. And at the moment, we are in discussion with the Bulgarian Academy of Science that are going to work with us in partnership to look at potential utilization opportunities, to start the research now and to maybe implement some of these opportunities in phase 2 and 3. Okay, so a little bit about funding. The project is co-funded by the Innovation Fund. Devnya Cement is the main beneficiary, and Petroceltic is also like included in the funding as a strategic partner. That's just a picture from the grant agreement ceremony that was held here in Brussels. But I will come back a little bit on funding a little bit later as well. So this is just to mention it. So what is the current status of the project? We kicked off officially in the beginning of the year. And for the first 2 years, there will be 3 areas of focus. And I think that's probably the case with all of these projects, to focus on the design development, permitting, and stakeholder engagement. And I think these 3 do go hand in hand. They sort of like work in parallel, you know. So in terms of design development, yes, a lot of the testing that we will be do on the smaller scale facility will feed into the design. The design will as well work a lot with the EIA people to make sure that there's an iterative process between design development and EIA. EIA is already starting, so we're hoping to submit the scoping report for the carbon capture side of things at some point this summer. And one thing that I'd like to mention that was really, really useful, if I can share our experience with visiting a couple of projects earlier this year. Representatives from the competent authorities were invited to go and visit the Netherlands and Norway, to visit Porthos and the Northern Lights, and to be able to hear from projects that are already like in progress, to be able to hear about their challenges, their experience in a lot of for a lot of questions, for permitting, for funding, for all these things. And it's been really, really useful, really, really helpful to be able to discuss these things with other projects. There are challenges, you know, there are. So, you know, the more there are opportunities for like stakeholders to go and talk, like even like today, I think that's great. So a little bit about the challenges now, and a little bit about what's been discussed this morning. So at a strategic level, there's definitely a couple of challenges that I wanted to touch upon. One And by strategic level, I mean like developing clusters and going into phase 2 and phase 3. One is definitely the coordination of private investment and private interest. It will be really, really difficult not to have someone coordinating this process, because if you think about it, as I said, like there's already an existing transport infrastructure that may be used. But if you think about it, if at some point we go to phase 2, phase 3, would that pipeline be big enough? Would the size be okay? And then, you know, future-proofing the transport infrastructure is something that maybe, you know, we need to start thinking from early days, rather than like wait for businesses to say, oh, actually, I want to join as well. So, in many ways, a lot of the things that were said this morning, I do feel like national governments probably need to take a bit of initiative, maybe, or some kind of like engagement there. But also, I would like to say a few words about the funding and the cost for private investors to sort of like, you know, get this process accelerated, because for phase 1, it's pretty straightforward. You've got the plant, you've got a pipeline, and you've got the gas storage, and the distance is not massive. But then again, for some industries, and particularly when, you know, we did say there's a limited storage like capacity and limited storage like areas where they can go. If the distance is much longer, and if the modes of transport are like, you know, different modes of transport, then, you know, for some of them it could be quite challenging to find the investment to, you know, even if they want to, it might be a little bit challenging to find the funding. So I know that there's been mentioning about like some good experience in terms of national governments supporting the development of clusters, and the UK is probably a good example, I would say. Norway, the Netherlands, it's great. I think we've got a lot of work to do there, because at the moment our national government is just not participating in any way on this topic. Okay, so lastly, I just wanted to touch on a few challenges that you all touched upon already. One is the gaps in the legislative framework, and I think somebody this morning mentioned that about transport. So I think the transport bit is the one that has you know, a lot of gaps still, and that needs sorting out as soon as possible. But then when you have gaps in the legislation, then that sort of slows down the decision making, because it makes competent bodies a little bit nervous about making decisions without solid legislation. So that's a challenge, definitely. And again, somebody mentioned this morning, building capacity within the competent authorities. That is something really important. Very often they are overloaded, understaffed, and it's you know, it is difficult for them to prioritize your project over everything else that they've got on the plate. But there is something in Bulgaria that we have, and it's making our life, I hope that it's going to make our life a little bit easier. And it is a certificate for it's called Certificate for a Priority Project. And it is something that the Bulgarian Agency of Investment can grant to an investor. And what it does is it essentially could speed up the process of permitting. So if you have like, I don't know, 60 days for a scoping opinion to be issued, then with this certificate, it can just speed it up, and you can go through permitting a little bit quicker. I don't know if this is available in other countries, but I know for sure that it's definitely been used previously by Devner Cement on other investment projects, and it does sort of like help authorities and competent bodies to prioritize the nationally significant project, if that makes sense. Yes, and lastly, public acceptance. Everyone has mentioned it. It's important. Bless you. It is important. I can't say that we know enough at this stage about the public acceptance levels. And I think Ian said this morning that 6% of the Czechs probably know about CCS. I don't even know whether there's such a study in Bulgaria, and I don't even know whether like anybody knows what the public acceptance levels are. But I do know that we are trying to well, we're not trying, we are launching a survey and a research with the University of Varna to find out more about just the general the general sort of awareness of people. It's probably really low, but most of all to find out about their major concerns, because you know to understand what their major concerns are is going to help us address them at some point. I think the earlier we understand what the concerns are, the better. And one last thing in terms of public acceptance, another thing that we're doing, probably if there are any people here that are like EIA specialists, they know that at some point when you write an environmental statement, you prepare a non-technical summary, and non-technical summary explains in non-technical terms, in layperson terms, what the project is all about. But why do it towards the end of the process? Why can't you just do it a bit earlier? So one thing that we're working on is prepare something similar, like a leaflet that basically explains what is CCS, what is that about, how does it work, and to have that ready. I mean, it won't be able to explain every single thing because, you know, the design will develop and the EIA will be like, you know, going on for a little bit, but it still will be able to introduce the topic to the level of detail and maybe to the level of like non-technical language that will help people understand what that means. And that was me. Thank you. Now, if there are any questions, please.
Just a very brief comment that actually the 6% and so on, it comes from Eurobarometer. That was 2011 across all the countries on CCS perception. So it's actually already a bit outdated, but maybe, yeah, maybe you can also search it up.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? All right, Chris.
Thank you. Okay, so I was the Parliament's rapporteur for the CCS directive in 2008-9, and you say that the framework has been transposed but not implemented. Does that mean there was no competent authority? I mean, who do you actually go to try and sort out these issues?
Okay, so so that directive has been transposed. It was transposed in 2011, and the legislation is there, but it hasn't been implemented because there hasn't been a project that basically, you know, there hasn't been a CCS project, or that, you know, so far this is going to be the first one. So this is why I said that it just hasn't been implemented yet. The competent authority is the Minister of Energy for storage. That is the competent authority. And yeah, I think that's it.
Good. Okay.
He does, yeah. But the other thing that I was gonna like mention, and I think I probably written it somewhere, it's not helping that there has been a lot of political instability in the last couple of years. They've been like, I don't know, 4 or 5 general elections, and no one's counting anymore, but definitely like quite a few. And we've been on like, you know, with temporary government for quite a while. So it's really difficult to kind of like go and speak with a government that is basically not wanting to take responsibility, not that it's not wanting to take responsibility, but knows that is only there temporary. It's not going to, you know, it's hard to tell them, listen, we need to implement a long-term strategy. I know you're here for a couple of months, just until the next elections, but, you know, so yeah, we still don't have like a permanent government. Hopefully there will be one soon.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Also for your project. So many thanks. And now we move on to the next one. And we have another amazing project. And thank you. Also from the cement industry, and I'd like to introduce Davor Blažek, Director of Strategy and Business Development at Nexe, Croatian building materials company, who will present the Contessa project. Davor, please. Davor has joined Nexe in 2019, and he's currently, as I said, holding the position of Director of Strategy and Business. He previously worked for the oil industry, and he is responsible for market analysis of potential projects, preparing proposals for investment projects for business development in Croatia and the region. And he made a special contribution to the creation of the corporate strategy of the Nexe Group for the period of 2022-2030. As well as the preparation of the latest project of Nexe, which is Contessa. That's the right name, is that? Yeah, okay. So welcome, Davor, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just to check if microphone is ready. So I would try to be within 15 minutes. So just shortly about project background. So our colleagues previously said a lot of this information. Nexe is one of the 3 cement plants in Croatia. We are located in Slavonia, in continental part of Croatia, and Holcim Koromačno is in Istria, and we have Cemex cement plant near Split in Dalmatia. So we produce 1/3 of all quantities in Croatia, and we export more than 50% of this in region. So our main export locations are in Bosnia and Serbia. So we have challenge with CO2 because these markets are not included in ETS, and we hope that introduction of CBAM will help, but will not help to be competitive on these markets. So CBAM will only protect us in EU borders. So to produce 1 million tons of cement, we need more than 900 gigawatt hours of energy. And we cannot decrease CO2 without carbon capture, because more than 60% of CO2 emissions are because of the raw material that cannot be substituted. And we are introducing alternative fuels, solar energy, and other renewable energy sources. But without carbon capture, we are not able to have long-term sustainable operations. And so here comes Contessa. Contessa is partnership with ThyssenKrupp, Polysius peroxy fuel 2nd generation technology
and project value is estimated at almost 400 million euros. Just shortly, before I go in more details about this technology, as was said earlier, technology is here, but what is the main challenge? Where to put this CO2? And in Croatia, we have a large CO2 storage potential. So this was also presented by European Commission, and geothermal CCS Croatia location is one of the locations that can be onshore potential for not only for us, but for emitters in Croatia and region. And this project was applied by Croatian Hydrocarbon Agency for PCI list this year. And what is the main thing? We emit about 0.7 million tons of CO2 per year. And with this technology, we can capture everything. Not 80%, not 90%, but everything. And this is not the best. The best thing that we will become first negative emitter, CO2 emitter in Europe. We will become negative 0.1 million tons per year. This is new information, maybe. And why that? Because we are using alternative fuels. And the innovativeness of the project is that we made a lot of studies in past 2 years, and we chose oxy-fuel. Why? We are not capturing CO2 at the chimney at the end because it is energy intensive. You need to spend a lot of thermal and electricity to capture CO2, and you have waste management, a lot of waste management with amine technology. This is something that is not clear today. And with oxy-fuel, you're capturing CO2 at the beginning. The challenge is that you need to crush, to modify a lot of cement production process. This is the catch. But at the end, you have significantly less OPEX. These operational costs say that we will have slightly increasing of operational costs that are today. So we will capture CO2 and the main innovativeness part of this project is that we will prove that capturing CO2 is not only possible, but it is cost efficient. So this is the main thing here. And today we have air-fired mode. We are using air in producing of clinker, the main element in cement production process. And about 30% of CO2 is in flue gases. And with introduction of technology, we are switching to pure oxygen fired mode, and we will have more than 90% of CO2 in our emissions. And what is the catch? We do not need additional purifying of CO2. This more than 90% is more than enough. So we don't have cryogenic technology after we catch CO2. So the difference of our project in comparison with other oxy-fuel projects that were already presented or approved on Innovation Fund is that we do not need CO2 purification. And this is something that we can prove that is cost efficient and that carbon capture technology can be feasible. So, second innovative part is that we have onshore storage. So, Part one is Contessa project, where we capture CO2. And 38 kilometers from our cement plant, we have onshore storage site. So there was a question about the public awareness. In Croatia, there is oil production history 50, 60, 70 years ago. And our company, INA Oil Company, is doing EOR project more than 7 years ago started. So this is something like CO2 pumping. They are producing additional gas, but the process is the same, similar. So there is knowledge about pumping CO2 into underground, and we have all necessary data about this. So the second major thing is that we have transport pipeline. All done. 38 kilometers away. And the Croatian Hydrocarbon Agency, that is part of Croatian Ministry of Economy, already chose the optimal location for onshore storage. This onshore storage has more than 25 million tons of CO2 capacity in first stage, and they plan to expand it to 100 million tons of total capacity. Also, we have option B, if government don't do their thing till we need this infrastructure. And option B is about 25 kilometers away, also into this region. INA Oil Company gave us letter of intent that they will care of all our captured CO2 in their exploited gas field, which has also more than enough capacity to store CO2 more than 10, 15, 20 years. The main thing is that in Croatia, we have a lot of CO2 capacity, and we can store it not only for Croatia, but for Hungary, Slovenia, and wide region. This project was also prepared not only for Nexa. All emitters are grateful to be here. And into this GTCCS Croatia project that is led by Croatian Hydrocarbon Agency, this is PCI application, and Heidelberg cement plant betterment is also included into this project, and betterment is only 15 kilometers away, so huge potential for them also. Shortly about project implementation, we made also Innovation Fund application in March of this year, and we signed with ThyssenKrupp EPC contract, turnkey basis. So we have everything ready, and we expect to close financial construction till the end of 2024. After that, we start with implementation, and during 2028, we will have plant ready. Not only that, we expect that 1 year later, we will have full operative functionality of this carbon capture project. Shortly, you probably have all this information. A lot of projects were applied, and we hope that maybe one project from Croatia will get these funds, and this would be great. And just to sum up, a short video about Contessa.
The cement industry is a very energy-intensive business and a large CO2 emitter, responsible for about 4% of all emissions on the European Union level. So progress towards decarbonizing cement production is a necessity. Pioneering project named Contessa plans to leverage an innovative technology for CO2 capture in the Našice cement factory. The existing plant will be modified and retrofitted to use a Polysius pure oxyfuel technology developed by the ThyssenKrupp from Germany. Based on this innovative technology, emissions from cement production will be reduced to zero, and with increased use of alternative fuels to obtain thermal energy, the Contessa project will enable Nexa company to become the first European negative CO2 emitter. The Contessa project requires significant adjustments in the production process that also include upgrading old and installing new equipment. This unique and all-around cost-effective project will enable the capture of more than 700 tons of CO2 annually. The geologically very suitable onshore CO2 storage location Botskovci, which is only 38 kilometers away from the cement plant in Našice, enables energy and cost-effective injection of the captured CO2 directly into a saline aquifer. The GT-CCS project is expected to be included in the European list of projects of common interest, with the potential for the Botskovci site to become a regional CO2 storage hub. The total cost of the investment in Contessa project is estimated to 400 million euros, which makes it one of the largest planned investments in Croatia. Nexa has applied the Contessa project to the Innovation Fund. In parallel with the Contessa project, Nexa is also developing projects to reduce the dependency on fossil fuels, which involve the use of alternative energy sources, and the production of CO2 neutral cement is planned from 2029.
So what is here also to be this scheme is maybe the most important. To have a successful CO2 capture project, you need to have everything here. You need to have technology provider. We already have green energy supply. Support from faculties from the society, and we also have support from Bellona, which is we are grateful, and to be able to have financial closing. So we have everything clear here. We have EBRD, we have commercial banks, and we have political support. So we hope that we could be the first pilot, or maybe one of the first pilot projects in this region, because first one would be in Bulgaria, and we hope that will be the second one. So thank you.
So the race is on for the first CCUS, full chain CCUS project in Central and Eastern Europe. Thank you, Davor. That was really, really insightful. Good luck with the project. And that was the last project presentation of today. And now I want to Director of Bellona Europa. Jonas has been with Bellona for 13 years already, and previously working for the mission of Norway to the EU. And in addition to leading our organization, Jonas has held several leadership positions at Zero Emissions Platform, which you have all heard about today at during the panel, as well as ET Bioenergy, another EU technology platform. And alongside Chris Davis and Chris Bolesta, Jonas, and possibly a couple of other speakers today. Jonas is one of the veterans of the European CCS scene, but I should also say one of the thought leaders in that space, not just on CCS, but on industrial decarbonization and beyond. So I'm really looking forward to hear his impressions from the event.
All right. So thank you very much, Michal. You make me blush. Wow. I have to say, and I guess to what Michal said, for someone who's been working on this for a long time, trying mainly in Brussels, but also working in many EU countries over the last decades, trying to enable a development like what is now happening. I'm still almost overwhelmed to see how much is actually happening on the ground. And now, you know, within this project, the momentum we see, the enthusiasm we see, but also beyond the project in the whole region, it is really, really encouraging and amazing to see also the presentations we had here of projects that are developing the ambition level that you know, would be unthinkable only a few years ago, or shouldn't be, but actually has been unthinkable for a lot of people in industry, in politics, in society at large. So this is great. But we actually, maybe what Geir was saying before, that in 2019 there was, you know, only 2 people in European Parliament who were prepared to have a conversation about CCS. If you go in a few more years back, I think it's fair to say there was only one. It was Chris Davis, who was the only person who was willing to have that conversation. And so it has been, you know, a long time, which is lost time, a lost decade of action in industry, which means that now it's crunch time. And that is both putting climate ambition and climate action at risk, and it's putting industry in Europe at risk. And I think these are two risks that we need to address together. So Chris Davis, and I have to say congratulations again to, you know, actually managing to set up the first, and I think the only CCS advocacy organization, at least in Europe, but I think there aren't many elsewhere either. That is also something that would have been unthinkable in the past. There was no CCS industry. CCS is a technology that I think that has to be repeated politically. It's a technology that actually only has one purpose. And I think it's the only technology that has only one purpose, which is climate action. There are a lot of other things that contribute to climate action, but CCS is only done for that purpose. And therefore, it also comes at a cost. I think back in 2008, Bellona said that the cost of climate action, the cost of combating climate change is the cost of CCS. What we meant by that is not in any way to refer to CCS as a silver bullet. As Geir said earlier, there is no silver bullet. And I think, you know, part of the problem we had in Europe and elsewhere as well is that politicians tend to run after silver bullets, and society too. There is no silver bullet, but we know science shows very clearly that, and also the International Panel on Climate Change shows very clearly, we're going to need to capture and store a lot of CO2. We can discuss at length how much that is and how many sectors are going to need it and all these things. No one has a crystal bullet that shows us how industry looks like 30 years from now. But we know that we need a lot of it. And we know that the cost of providing that is the main cost of addressing climate change. Because many of the other things, energy efficiency, renewable energy, these are things that will help us reduce cost, reducing dependency on fossil fuels, reducing energy demand in the first place. These things reduce cost, but CCS is an additional cost, and we need to work to drive down that cost and implement it at scale as quick as possible, and do that in a way that benefits society and the industries that we need for the future. So, Chris, you mentioned in the break that there's been a mind change in the Commission, at least as we're hearing from Commission officials. You can almost say that they're running after the fact from what we've seen here, actually presented by industry stakeholders in the regions. That, you know, that mind change comes running after what's actually happening on the ground, but it's welcome, and we need to encourage it. And we need to encourage what the Commission has been doing on things like the Net Zero Industry Act and, you know, the initiatives that are actually driving and need to drive CCS development in industry. But that is also part of a focus on industry that wasn't there before. Some of the problem we had was that most of the focus on climate action in Europe has been on the power sector. And now, because it's crunch time, because it's very clear that the climate targets are not 10 years in the future or 20 years in the future, and actually force us to do things now, that, as I said, that puts some risk on the system, that puts risk to climate ambition overall, but it also gives us some clear tasks. So we need stakeholders, and stakeholders that we see here, but also a message that I think we need you to take back to the capitals, to your colleagues, to other people in the countries where you're active, that we need more CEE stakeholders to engage here in Brussels. We need to have them engaging in initiatives like that of Chris that tries to drive political change. We need to have them engage in the zero emission platform that was mentioned here that provides advice to the European Commission, to European Parliament. We need to have them engage in the CCUS forum, which I think also has been mentioned here, which is absolutely critical. Because, as I said, if the Commission is running after the facts, at least they need to hear that, and they need to hear that they need to act on a very ambitious scale, because that is something that is, I think, part of their core task. And I get back to that. But I think it's also worth mentioning that on the stakeholders, it's really encouraging to see ports in the region engaging. We've seen in the past that ports, when ports realize that they have a political influence, the ports are not only victims or being impacted by policymaking, but they often have a very strong potential to shift policymaking because of their link with different parts of society, different sectors of society. And in the case of CCS, of course, they can act as entities that are bringing people together, bringing industries not only in the port itself, but also in the vicinity, creating clusters and hubs for CO2 transport to transport out to CO2 storage that can actually really make a big difference. We've seen that in the Netherlands, in particular with Port of Rotterdam, the Portos project and other initiatives there. We've seen it in Antwerp. And I think we can also hope to see that now in the Baltic Sea, in the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. That is something that I think has a really big impact because it's also very visual. It's much easier to talk about something that happens in a port than something that happens on the ground somewhere offshore. I think also in terms of bringing politicians, bringing stakeholders to visit, etc. So this is the kind of stuff that really makes me hopeful. But back to the point about the risks, the just transition. So just transition has been a talker for a very long time. But now I think it's becoming something that matters, not just on the high level political talks, but it matters to everyone. We need to have a balance in this. So on the one hand, we need to move the goalposts. We need to have projects that are going to zero emissions now, this decade, that make it impossible for other people in the sectors to say, we're doing 30% emission cuts this decade, we're doing 20%, whatever. If someone is doing 100%, then that is the question that is being raised in boardrooms and in shareholder meetings in every industry. Why aren't we doing this? We are, if we're not doing this, facing a liability of CO2 costs that needs to be addressed, and therefore we move the goalposts. We need to have that happening, but at the same time, we need to do that in a way that brings everyone along. And so when it comes to EU action in this space, that's why CO2 transport is so important. The open, or at least fair access to CO2 transport networks, and those CO2 transport networks actually reaching industry across the European Union, when we know that, of course, EU climate action is hitting industry everywhere in the same way. Part of the European task of ensuring the functioning of the single market is to provide access to solutions, to make industry able to actually be part of the future and be part of the solution, not part of the problem. And so I think that's a message that EU decision makers need to hear every single day. We need you guys and your colleagues and everyone who cares about industry in Europe to go and knock the door of Mr. Timmermans and President von der Leyen and all the decision makers also in European Parliament to say, this is your task. The single market will not work if we don't have a fair access to that infrastructure and to the solutions. This is not, of course, only about CCS. That is also true for electricity grids, for electrification. It's true for hydrogen in some cases. It's true for other parts of the solution. But what we're really missing in Europe is a CO2 infrastructure, and we need to provide that now. And that's, I think, also where the unions can play a role in making clear that this is a societal good that society needs to have in place in order to have that transition happening. And if we don't get that done now, then that puts everything at risk. It puts the jobs at risk. These are thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs And if that is the cost of climate action, then we failed. If we have 100,000 workers out on the street saying climate action cost me my job, I don't think we have any winners in the conversation anymore. So this is the task we have. And that brings me to the Net Zero Industry Act that we heard about in the morning. So the Net Zero Industry Act is, of course, also no silver bullet. But it is, as far as European policymaking on climate goes, is a bit of a revolution. First of all, it's the first time that I think the Commission does something really ambitious on industry and climate action. So they need to hear that too. Let's also give them some positive feedback. And it is the first time that the Commission has done something which, well, referred to revolution, is really changing how we approach emissions to some extent. We've had the polluter pays principle as the leading principle of how we deal with that in Europe, which means that, you know, if you burn fossil fuels in a ETS covered installation, you're liable and you have to pay. But now, by putting an obligation on oil and gas producers to provide storage, you have shifted some of that to also include an obligation on those that provide the fossil fuels. And one can agree to that principle or not. It's not so important. This is what's on the table. And I think it has an extremely important function in the context of CCS and in the context of industry CCS, which is it provides a basis for trust. That's not only true for industry, it's also true for civil society. The mistrust of CCS has very often been on the basis that this is something that's just going to give a lot of money to the oil and gas producers, most of whom probably don't need all that money. And also, why should they have money for this? This is something that needs to be done on the terms of society. The oil and gas producers have to be part of this. They need to help provide the infrastructure. They have the know-how, they have the technology. But if industry's prospect is, you have to do CCS, but the way that's going to be done is you're going to have to pay someone who has the infrastructure and owns the infrastructure and has a monopoly, you're not going to do it. Or at least you're going to delay for as long as possible having to do that because there's no trust. But now there's an obligation, there is an obligation on member states to provide an overview of where they're going to allow storage. There is an obligation on oil and gas producers to provide that storage. That makes it possible for industry to engage in a completely different way. That goes beyond the innovation fund approach, which is we subsidize some projects, moving the goalpost. Now we have to think about how we get uptake everywhere. So I think the Net Zero Industry Act is, and the obligation, we can say the target is maybe too low, 50 million tons, whatever. The point is the principle there creates the basis for trust that changes conversation. So we need to support that act and get it through the council, get it through parliament. When Jan Havlik from the Czech from Czechia earlier said that he's maybe not that optimistic, we need to take that into account, and we need to make sure that the policymakers in the member states hear that this is important. Because in the past, the risk would have been a couple of member states might block this. I don't see that risk anymore. The risk now is the people in the room don't understand that this is important. So it might just fall over as a collateral damage of other things that are being discussed in the Net Zero Industry Act, which means we need all of you to go to your capitals and say, this is important. Find out who is sitting in the council and taking part in those negotiations and say, please go and say the right things, support this, get it through. That is the task that I think is on all of us, and I really hope for your support. Back to just wrapping up. I know that many of you probably need to go, so I'm not going to take all your evening. I would like to remind that the project has produced quite a lot of resource. This project, of course, is still running for a bit longer, and on the website of the project, Michal and the team produced a report, I think it was last year, that brings together stakeholder input from industry, from other stakeholders in the region. There's a lot of good stuff in there. Please use that, refer to it, and bring that to policymakers. Because, back to my point earlier, there was and there still isn't really a CCS industry. And that's why we haven't had the type of lobby groups that Chris, thanks to his persistence, is now setting up. Because there hasn't been a set of people running around here and knocking doors. There hasn't been that set of people in capitals either. Now, we have a lot of compiled input from stakeholders that is relevant and is going to be relevant. But if no one goes and reminds politicians of that weekly, daily, then they're not going to read it. They're not going to know about it. So please, this is something that we need all of you to help with. And again, get the Net Zero Industry Act through Council. Finally, I would like to say that just transition, to me, it used to be something that we heard about in the context of coal mines. Coal mines that were being closed down, coal workers that were losing their jobs. And the way to deal with that was shining examples of coal mines being turned into tourist attractions. You find some in Belgium, you find some in Germany. I'm sure they exist in many other places. I think I would much more like to hear more of the tourism that Sandra was referring to earlier. The tourism of going to zero emission industry, whether it's in the Mediterranean or the Baltic or the Black Sea or anywhere else. We need to make that the attractive showcase, not how people had to close something down, but how we saved the activities that are actually basic building blocks of the economy of the future. We need the cement, we need steel, we need all these things to build that green shift. And if we can turn those net zero industry sites, zero emission industry sites to tourist attractions, well, that's the kind of tourism I would like to see. So with that, thanks a lot to Michal and the team and all the people who've been helping to organize this. Thanks to all the speakers and everyone who's been here. Thank you very much. And well, have a good afternoon. I'm looking forward to continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonas. Excellent summary. Yeah, I can just echo the thanks to my colleagues, our project partners, all the speakers, moderators, panelists. I know you took time to prepare for this, so we really appreciate it. I hope you have not wasted your time. Also, the online audience, I hope you learned today. And yes, please follow us, follow our project on the social media, LinkedIn, Twitter, CCS4CEE, a lot of good stuff there. And yeah, watch this space and see you at hopefully another event. Thank you.